Uh-oh. Uh-oh. TikTok, am I still here? Uh-oh. Check, check, 1, 2. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, DS. We're trying to do your idea, just the lander. So yeah, we took everything out. All that you see here is us trying to land on Eve. So these are the ore tanks. This is fuel. This is an adapter. Hey, TikTok, we're still here, right? It accidentally cut off for a second. I think we're back on YouTube though. I think you're right, Andrew. It's going to be the same as yesterday. It's like, but is it better to do it this way? Is it better to do it with a lighter ship? I honestly think it's going to be about the same as yesterday. Like, as far as build wise. Convertitron. Oh shoot. We have not put a Convertitron up there. Oh, darn it. Oh, jeez. Alright, I think we're going to need to make a decision here together. I need everybody's brains to activate, because I think we need to make a decision here in a second. So Slade, you play this one too? I probably need a mod to get ready for a poll, because I think we're going to need to vote on something here in a minute. Let me just play around for a second here. It's crazy. It's crazy. 16. It's only adding a couple hundred at a time. Yeah, we did the larger boosters. Wait, hold on 1 second.
ignite, curving falls, void ahead, the cosmos calls. Beyond we rise, stars come.
Oh, dang. How long have I been muted? Oh, you guys got to let me know if I'm muted. Longer than like 30 seconds or a minute. This whole time? I've been chatting the whole time. Oh, my goodness. Mods, if I haven't said a break, I'm going on break, and I haven't talked for like a minute. We got somebody say something. Oh, jeez. And I was responding to Lord, and I was thanking somebody for their gift and for the sub on Twitch. I was explaining everything. How long I've been? I don't even know how long I've been muted for. I think I hit mute to just chomp on some food so I didn't chomp in your ear, but I don't even know when that was. No, for real, how long was I out for? Sorry, chat. I was talking the whole time. Since YouTube, that was like 10 minutes ago. Holy smokes. All right, fair enough. My bad. All right. Jeez. Let me recap. I don't even know what I said in the last 10 minutes. Let me recap all that. So what I was saying was, man, where did I even start? I was saying, we landed on Eve, sort of, kind of. So we took our craft to Eve. Again, our mission is to, number 1, mine 900 units of ore, plant a flag on Eve, take off, orbit Gilly, and drop off the ore. That's the mission. So we got there with our ship, and then we landed. Oh no, excuse me. We had to do a bunch of aero braking for like hours because we ran out of fuel, and then we were able to aero brake into the atmosphere, but we were going way too fast. I'm talking like 4,000, maybe 3,500 meters a second, just scorching through the atmosphere. And it was looking pretty good, but once we hit about 47,000 meters in the altitude, everything just collapsed. Everything just started exploding, and fire was everywhere. It was just terrible. However, Jeb, the amazing Jeb, was able to pull off the rest, just some amazing maneuvers in this intense fireball of heat scorching through the atmosphere of Eve laughing and assuming demise for all the astronauts. Jeb pulled out some crazy wicked maneuver, got them out of the fireball with the astronaut capsule, and was able to land the capsule in some water. Amazing. Jeb did an amazing job. So, did we land on Eve? Yes. Was the mission successful? Absolutely not. It's terrible. Mission fail, but the astronauts survived. It was crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. So now, at the end of the stream yesterday, we said, hey, okay, what are we going to do? Let's vote. So the chat voted on 2 options. 1 was to do a rescue mission to Eve, or 2, to revert back in time and rebuild the rocket. And so the overwhelmingly majority of the vote said to rebuild the rocket. So we're going to role play this as Jeb woke up in a cold sweat, and he had dreamed about a fiery crash on Eve and being stranded there. So he came to the engineer and says, you got to rebuild the rocket. So we've been working on a smaller design, smaller capsule, smaller lander can, just everything smaller. Here's the problem. Here's where we're going to vote here in a second, chat. So I need everyone to get to lock in for this vote that's coming up. And you guys can still hear me, right? I'm not just yapping for another 5 minutes. Check. Audio check 1 2. Audio check. I'm still here. Okay, good. Okay, my bad, chat. My bad. That's on me. So as we're building this smaller version, it's gonna be the same problem. It's gonna be a huge rocket again. Maybe a smaller version, but still big. And we're thinking about, creating a lander version that's separate from a lander version that's separate, but I don't know, man. I think it's one of those you borrow from Peter to pay Paul, and it just... So here's the thing. Here's what we got to do. One way or the other, we have to create a second mission with either one of these, by the way. But the main question is, do we go back to the first design, which is big, the Endurance number 1, because this is the Endurance 2. Do we go back to the old design, or do we keep working on this smaller one? Either way, it's going to be big. And either way, we have to do some type of refueling or stage mission in orbit. So refueling, stage mission. All right, so I need a pull-up mod. Do we go back to the old design and try to figure that one out? Try to arrive with Eve with more fuel so we can circularize, so we can retro burn, all that stuff? Or do we continue to build this small guy? What do you guys think? In the chat, let me know. Let's get a poll up. I think whatever way you look at it, it's just going to be huge.
Yo, I'm Jebediah, the rocket messiah, blasting through the void, set the atmosphere on fire. Started in the VAB with a crazy design, strap boosters to a chair, yeah, losing my mind. Bill and Bob screaming, what have you done? Kerbals flying high under the blaze.
Detach, but the problem is detaching still requires a very large lander. We're only shedding off like 200 Delta V and maybe some height, which is good. Is it worth it to detach it for 200 Delta V and a little bit of height, and then to do a whole bunch of redocking maneuvers? I don't know.
Who's to blame? Staging disasters, debris raining down. Science and glory fall to the ground. Try to reach Mun, but we overshot. Spinning out of control, this game's all we got. Thrusters misfire, yet we push ahead. Kerbal dreams big, even if we end up dead. Rocket to the stars, we're defying all the odds. Curving in rear view, in space we applaud.
What are we doing, Chad? What are we doing? We got to do something. What are we doing? It's danged if you do, danged if you don't, chat. There's probably no wrong answer, to be honest. Danged if you do, danged if you don't.
Rocket to the stars, we're defying all the odds. Curving in rear view, in space we applaud. Explosions and chaos in the cold dark abyss. Every launch a gamble, every mission hit or miss. Rocket to the stars, we're defying all the odds. Curving in rear view, in space we applaud.
Yeah, we were building this one for a separate lander, but it's still huge. Like this would be the lander. This is separating. This is like the transfer stage over here. This is the lander. This is what we would need just to leave with the ore. Like, this is it. This is the lander. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense or not, but...
Jebediah in the cockpit, spinning the plot thick. Rocket got a lift, fuel lines dripping, the clock ticks. Click clack, engines ignite with the quick snap. Valves in my ear like Jeb, you better fix that. But I'm out here, G-forces crushing my chair. Pulling maneuvers so slick they think the Kraken's aware. Hit the mun, skirt, bounce, flag down.
1.25 Delta V's.
Looking frosty, yo, we're mining that shine.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Watch the boosters explode. Kerbal dreams fly high while the Delta V flows. Orbital madness, grab the stars in my hands. I'm the cosmic commander taking over this land.
1.25.
Stage drop, heat shields pop, plasma screaming around. Bills in the lab like, bro, we gotta rebound. Valentina's on comms, steady hands in the fight. I'm trying to eyeball a retrograde burn at night. Shift the pitch, hit the node, make the orbit align. Snag that satellite, precision cut, surgical fine. Who else could dock two crafts to a wobble like this? Jebediah's the name, Kerbin's boldest risk. Yo, the mun's no joke, it's a cold lonely glow. But I'm cold as solar powered, recharging my flow. One spark, one mistake, and it's all going boom. But that's the thrill of space, Kerbal's making their room. 5, 4, 3, 2, watch the boosters explode. Kerbal dreams fly high while the Delta V flows. Orbital madness, grab the stars in my hands. I'm the cosmic commander taking over this land. Yeah, space ain't easy, but I'm living the grind. Building legends with my crew.
New design
Ships,
wins.
kind, from Eve's thick soup to
Go
Jules
back to the
Green.
original. Got 2 votes on Twitch. All right, what was the numbers? What was the voting? New design. Give me the numbers. What was the numbers of the vote? 5 original, 6 new. Wow. So we're running into problems already. So listen. So here's the plan, right? Here's the lander. We're gonna bring an engineer just in case something breaks. We have the convertitron to make some ore, and then really, Chad, I mean, we could maybe take this off and I don't know how much is this brain adapter. What's this mass of 0.05? A mass of 0.1 or 0.08. That's the tanks, and then this is pushing it. So here's what we need. Here's what we need to land on Eve. That's what we need to land on Eve. Shroud the top. Yeah, we might shroud the top. This is not including transfer to Gilly or back to Kerbin. It's not even part of it. So to get off of Eve is where this starts to get crazy, because I'm not getting any numbers that give us a TWR of like 1.6, and I think we need at least a 1.6 TWR. This TWR is currently at 1.25. 1.25. 0.74 TWR. It's like too heavy, right? So then we put this on. This is 1.25. You take that off. Now you start to get, this is a TWR 4. But the Delta V is only 900. This is like not going to get us into the atmosphere. But the TWR is 4 here. So right now we're only focusing on assuming we've landed and taking off. Let's focus on that. That's the only thing we're working on. We'll worry about transfer later, maybe, I don't know. We'll worry about transfer later to Eve. We'll worry about transfer later, coming back. Let's just Eve lander and taking off. And we need 8,000 Delta V with a TWR of 1.6. And that's where this just gets absolutely insane. That's where this gets absolutely insane. I just can't even. As soon as you start adding a TWR of 1.9, a TWR of 1.9 with 2,000 delta V. 2468. I need to quadruple this. Okay. What if we added another more fuel tank? What's the TWR going down to? 1.25. Now it's too heavy to take off from EU. 1.25. So then we have to think about that's 1 point. Now we have 2,000 delta V on that. Okay. What if we took this off? What is this? 2.4, 1,700. So we definitely need some more fuel. Bam, right there. Now, what if we... I'm just going to check this one. I'm going to try some vector engines. Okay, let's remember Delta V 2050. Let's do a... oh boy, this is not even... Oh, not big enough. So you have to use... You have to use this TWR. So how do we go from 2,000 delta V how do we do it now? Do we just double up the rocket? No, because it's lowering the delta V. Is it staged? 2.46. Okay, okay. So how about we're really paying close attention to the numbers right now. Close attention to the numbers. Let's see if we can get some jumbo fuel tanks. And let's throw on some rhinos just for a second. So heavier and less efficient. What about if we did vector engines? So we added, okay. What if solid fuel boosters? I think on takeoff we're gonna need those. I think on Eve we're gonna need... Let's go a little smaller, shall we? What if we did what would that do? I'm just curious. Just curious. Did nothing. 294 delta V did nothing. Oh yeah, that's not doing any numbers. That's not doing us any favors there. Yank that off. Fuel tanks are not the big ones. So those are the small ones. Is there an in between? Or just go right for the big daddies? Yeah, that's TWR. Delta V is so small there. Huge. Big. Heavy. Maybe these guys, huh? And then what if we got an adapter? Engine clusters. So, Chad, let me ask you this question. Oh, never mind. 1.6. That's a delta V of 3. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're starting to get somewhere. Maybe. Don't know. 1400. That's where it's at 1.6. So our TWR on this current build is good. We're looking at about a 1.6 TWR, but the delta V is only at 3200. So we still need 5,000 more delta V. Now the question is, if we fuel line this, what do our numbers become? And that's the part of the game that I don't get. That's the part where I don't understand. Leroy class rocket. Does that make sense? I don't understand it. You don't understand anything? So what I don't understand is what do the fuel lines do for me at this point? And I might have to ask how much delta K. Hold on. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 1, stage 2000 delta V, 1200. See 2000 delta V. V center rocket at Eve. Add 4 rockets equals. Add 4 rockets to the side is going to equal 1200. 1.91 TWR. Add 4 rockets to the side equals 1200 1.63. 1200 1.63 TWR. But if I fuel line, what does like all right.
Launch, ignite, curb and falls, void ahead, the cosmos calls. Beyond we rise, stars collide in the skies. Pulse we fly, dancing lights we unify. Waveless, free, eternal sea, boundless, flight through the night. Stellar sound orbits round, dreams alive, we're fine.
Math or mute? I'm mute. Mathed up. Thank you for asking, though. Thank you for asking. Ooh, that's a pretty good idea. A fuel refiner. Delta bingo card at it. Wait, more Delta V with just less rockets? Oh, is that a thing? Let's try the try do the what? Oh, we gotta add ore, don't we? 3, 6, 9. So how much did that change the TWR by? 1.72. Yeah, like a good. Yeah, it changes it a good. Yeah, good reminder about the ore. Went from 1.9 to 1.7, which is significant. It's very significant. Why is that all funky, man? Don't know why. Air brake work? Yeah, yes, yeah. Yes and no. We landed, but we crash landed. And the only thing that was left was the command capsule. What if we don't assume refueling at Eve? What is that going to do for us? If we just mine and we get out of there. Land with... Well, we probably do need it, don't we? With a different gravity. Well, I have these numbers set to Eve, the body of Eve, so the numbers are, should be. It should be accurate. As far as I can tell. As far as I can tell. And then instead of I noticed the vectors affect TWR. (1.2) if we take this off, 1.3 if we take this off, 1.5. Still, delta V is only 1600. Yeah, Chad, I'm at a loss, man. I'm at a loss. Yeah, we're trying to redesign the whole ship. We're trying to do the math along the way, and it's just not mathing. Yeah, we're gonna rebuild. We're gonna rebuild it. So the DV shown is lines or no? I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. I'm stumped. And we're just considering the landing. We're not the transfer. This is just landing and taking off. Like, let's assume we can land and take off, and mine and take off. That's all we're assuming right now. We're not even thinking about the Kerbin transfer. We're not thinking about the Gilly transfer. This is a big mission, and I can't. External seating? No, I haven't thought about that. 1.5. What stage is this? Rotate that bad boy. Move from symmetry, huh? Huzzo, what do you think? Any ideas? I got nothing, man. I'm at a loss. And we're doing what you guys are saying. Just keep the lander. The lander, you know what I mean? 8 skinny boosters. You know, the only thing I wish I could figure out is the Delta V situation. Because I don't understand how much Delta V I have when fuel lines become... with asparagus staging. I don't get that. Yeah, redesigning the lander to Eve, indeed. We are. But it's hard, man. I can't. Yeah, and we're just working on the 1 to land. That's all we're working on. We're trying to do the numbers on the 1. And we're just not getting good numbers, man. We got nothing here. Let's try. I'm just gonna keep working at it. I don't know. Let's try this smaller version. Take the original, remove the nukes. That's not a bad idea. But the chat did vote on a redesign, so. What's up, Gabe? We're doing some Kerbal Space Program. Sorry, chat. I know, I'm gonna ask you. I'm just gonna ask this question. Maybe somebody can help me. How do I know the Delta V when asparagus staging? So, for example, the Delta V on the center rocket is 1600, right? Fair enough. A TWR of 1.7. Got it. Check. Okay. Now, when I add the, let's say the vectors, we get a 1.4 with, and it only adds, okay. So here's my question. I need someone to help me, because this is really where I'm stuck at mentally. If you look at the center stage, I don't know if you guys can see these numbers, we're looking at 1600 Delta V. That's going to be for the center stage, right? You got that? Check. No worries. So far for this rocket, calibrated for Eve, 1600 down the rocket. Now we've added these side boosters, a bunch of this stuff on the side, and the Delta V on stage 2 is a 1.5 for TWR and a Delta V of 776. So this is where I need help with. Really, honestly, this is where I'm stuck. I'm assuming that I go 1600 or 1698 plus 776. Let's do the math, right? Just for sake of argument, let's do the math. $16.98 plus 776. $24.74 Delta V, right? So according to $24.74 Delta V, right? Now, just put one on per booster just to see what the numbers would be. Yeah, I mean I could. Oops. Hold on. Yeah, so that's one. That's all. Yeah, it's 159. So now with all this, we have 776 delta V. So again, in the chat, 2,474. Now, if I put fuel lines, does that change the total delta V? It's supposed to. I don't get it though. That's where I need someone to explain that to me. As tanks deploy, TWRs drop. It is adding the numbers. Shows on the right side of delta V. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Wait, come on, come on. Make sense, please. Make sense. Kerbin. Eve. No, it doesn't make sense. On the right side, it says 2474, so it's still what I put down. If you do it, is adding the numbers. Kerr gives the information per stage. But have you fully fueled? So you don't need fuel lines. You can cross feed through the separators. Do the separation individually as in separate stages. The second is in vacuum. If you use pairs on two hydraulic couplers, you can detach them in mid-flight, and they run out separately to gain more delta V if attach them with fuel lines. With hydraulic couplers. It's running fuels from the first drop to the last, keeping the ones downstream fuel. So what are my numbers then if I'm fuel lining this, or if I'm the figure on the left of the stash under delta V is stage DV. Right of the stash is total rocket perform. Right. So I understand. Yeah. So I understand about fuel lines, right? So I understand. I'm trying to figure out the numbers. That's why I can't wrap my. Maybe it's really easy, and you guys are like, how can he not get it? Right. So this rocket is 24. Well, you know what? We're gonna do some tests. Forget this. You know what? I'm not messing around. Let's do this. Let's just do this test on Kerbin. Kerbin. All right. Kerbin compact. We're looking at 2700 delta V, 1200. Eve Kerbin. Looking at 37. And the separator is cross feed. Fuel delivery overlay. Enable cross feed. Yeah, so enable cross feed, disable, enable, disable, enable. I want them enabled, right? I got the cross. I got them on. I got them on. Continue the new path. What does that mean? Keep doing what we're doing. Attach the boosters in pairs. So that's fussy. That's where I need to, where my knowledge is really, I'm getting really stuck there. So it increases my delta V. I believe that, but I don't see that visually anywhere. Like, where do I see those numbers? Do you know what I mean? So these are not staged with, this has no fuel lines. And this has no fuel lines. And the delta V is 3,700, right? So that's fine. Lady B, what's up? Thanks for the lightning bolts. The game should give college credits, man. The TikTok feed not there. Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? Oh, what happened? Am I still here? Chat, are we gone? We still frozen on the purple. What is wrong? I don't see anything wrong with my internet. Yo, TikTok, can you see me? Uh-oh. I don't know what I can do about... Oh, we're still frozen, lady? Well, I'm not moving in the... I'm moving that rocket now. Rocket moving. Now we're still messed up on Twitch. So what did Fuzzy say? Back. We're back. I don't know what that was. My internet is okay. My streaming software, no, it's not. I don't know. I have no idea. All right. So what was Fuzzy saying again? Fuzzy was saying... You said something about vanilla. Let's see. Fuzzy, you were saying something about where can I see these numbers? So 3,700. Okay. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I need to figure this out because it's getting me stuck. $2,700 for that. It's $1,200 for that. All right, so now I'm gonna boom, boom, right? I really need to understand this because it's really messing me up. Somebody can explain it to me like I'm in simple as possible. Appreciate it. Fuel lines weren't needed because of crossfeed? I don't know. Crossfeed is on, but let's see, 34. What does crossfeed even do? I'm not sure. So what do we say our delta V was before? Sorry, chat. I need to figure this out. 3,400 before, right? All right, let's see what we got here. Just a little test here. Little test. So the fuel is at 40. So it's saying I have 300 delta V. Yeah, we're just doing a test, chat. Just a test. Okay, the lower ones are going lower. Gotcha. That makes sense to me. Great, and that empties up. So then we'll release those. And we got 700 delta V. Oh, the middle ones aren't even firing. Those fuel lines are unnecessary. Why is that? I'm so confused. Crossfeed serves the purpose. Lady with the rose. And this leaves me with a full set. This leaves me with a full center. Thank you, Lady B. I appreciate that. So I'm at. Let's see. I could just keep going, right? So just for sake of argument, just so I hear what you're saying. Let me just see it in practice now. Let me see it in practice. Lady B with all the gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you. I know guys, I gotta work this out a little bit. Gotta work it out. So we made a 2 million AP. This is the first time I'm ever hearing about crossfeed. I've never heard us talk, which is fine, by the way, and I appreciate it. I just have never heard about why haven't we been doing crossfeed before? So current delta V 3800 of 81. Hold on, I'm just messing around. I've never heard about crossfeed in my whole life. DS, we're doing tests. So that delta V is on 34. But that's still the total. The delta V is still 34. Lady keeps bringing the gifts. No, the middles weren't firing. I screwed that up. That's a scout. You should have seen the other one, Anakin. Ain't nothing, man. We had a scarier one going before. Thank you, lady. 3800. Oops. These are the Mammoth engines, gotcha. It's coming down, What's our speed here? Let's slow this bad boy up. Struts and no cones. Yeah, we're just messing around with some designs, and it's not ready for prime time yet at all. Save the booster. What do we say? 3800. So you guys are saying crossfeed is going to do the same thing. So you're saying, why is it the first time I hear about crossfeed? So we're going to take off the fuel lines, right? That's what I'm hearing. Take off the fuel lines. Oops. Take off the fuel lines. And then what are we looking at here? Enable crossfeed. So we're going to enable it. Bam. Okay. Crossfeed is enabled, right? Do crossfeed is enabled. I'm trying to figure that out myself, Lord. I guess it's replacing fuel lines. So fuel flow with fuel lines goes from an outer tank to another outer tank to the center to refuel the center. Crossfeed, I guess, is another version of fuel lines. Crossfeed. So let's take a look. 3800, same delta V, right? No, it says 26. Why does this say 30? Interesting. This the crossfeed. Now the decouplers have the decouplers have a delta V reading. I don't think I've seen that before, have I? That's new. And crossfeed is on, right? It says disable crossfeed. Crossfeed has to be on then. And it's all so why used fuel lines then? Why have we been using fuel lines this whole time? Why not just crossfeed? Okay, but now this center one's empty. And we're not even close to the height that we had with fuel lines. So, did I do it wrong? Because it is way less fuel, or way less... There's no more fuel. We got mammoth engines in the center. And we are empty. We got empty fuel. So we're not. So we had 2 million AP with fuel lines. We only have 300,000 AP. I'm getting more confused by the minute. It could be me. Could be me. Crossfeed, I don't see any benefit to it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because this AP is 300,000. With asparagus staging, we had a 2 million AP. We had much 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. We had 7 times... Crossfeed turns all the tanks into one, but what's the benefit of that? Dave says I need to set the fuel priority with to stage correctly. To fuel your outer engines for longer. We didn't get a longer burn though. So, yeah, so basically, here's how I understand it. And I apologize. I apologize in advance. Some of you guys are Kerbal pros, and you know exactly what's happening here. I can't see it, so I apologize. So, number one, when I do fuel lines and asparagus staging, which we just did with this rocket, I got an AP of 2 million. I got an AP of 2 million. When we did the crossfeed test right now, I'm only getting an AP of 300,000. Without asparagus staging, carry a bunch of dead weight, and the tank is almost empty. Outer to the end, you got to go from the inner to the outer. So, so what's the benefit of going inner to outer? I don't see the benefit of that. Was I not supposed to burn the mammoths? So let's go back. Let's go back. The fuel line. Yeah, here, let's do the test. Let's again. It could be me. It's me. Talk me through it. For big, long burns or heavy loads. Took you 3 months to actually get it right big. Okay, but Aragon, it doesn't seem like you're benefiting from a crossfeed. Because you have a longer burn with heavier weight. Why not asparagus staging? Is it just, excuse me, depending on your situation? All right, so am I firing the middle engines or no? During this test, no asparagus staging. The so we're gonna pull the center engine away. It's not gonna even fire. We have enable crossfeed. We're gonna enable it. So crossfeed has been enabled. Crossfeed has been enabled. So getting into orbit at Eve and landing crossfeeding. Okay, that makes sense on the landing part of it. Aragon, that makes sense to me because we were having issues with fuel distribution landing on Eve yesterday. That makes sense. But like in this scenario, taking off, that doesn't make sense. So, okay, here we go. Everything's on, right? All right, so crossfeed's on, right? Crossfeed's on, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So let's talk about in Fortnite terms. I have 10 fuel, 10, with crossfeed. I have 10 fuel with fuel lines. Is it still 10? Is 10 fuel lines or 10 fuel with fuel lines more than 10 fuel with crossfeed? So you're telling me it's pulling from the center tank here. Yeah, it's pulling from the center tank. Okay, it's pulling from the center tank. and we're not firing the center engine. Why? I don't see the benefit, guys. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Okay, so now there's no fuel. I'm sorry, guys. I don't see it. Because I'm still only running 300,000. It's not the same. I didn't fire the center ones. You guys said not to fire the center ones. With crossfeed off, you're saving all the fuel in the center tank and not using any of the two middle engines. Change the fuel priority. How do I change the fuel priority? Is that on the decoupler? Or is that on the tanks? So, okay, so fuel priority. I can change the fuel priority, and I can +1, +2. I don't even know what this means. What are we trying to do? We're trying to leave Eve. We're trying to, like, escape Eve. Oh, so this is saying pull from this one first, pull from this one second, pull from this one third, pull from this one fourth. Oh, there's a bunch of them. So what am I supposed to do with the fuel lines? So let's do the priority. What priority am I supposed to do? Do I just pick random numbers? I think I'm tripping. Huzza, do you understand this? Whichever one's decoupled first. Well, they're all decoupling at the same time because we're all doing them together. Crossfeed is on, and I might need to get some of you into VC. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Just I can't. The text is tough. Say, can you gotta join the V? Who's comfortable? Who feels comfortable with their audio on stream? I need to talk to someone. I need to call in a hotline here. I need you guys to get on my VC. I'm gonna join the Discord. You guys, somebody come explain this to me.
Hey DJ.
Hey Tango, what's up, man? All right, you gotta explain this to me like I'm 5. Saken, get in here, man.
So, what are you trying to do with the boosters? Are you trying to drop them as you ascend?
Wait, hold on. Let me get my stream. These windows are dropping. Give me 1 second. All right, say again, Tango. You still there?
I was just asking what the objective is. Are you trying to drop your boosters as you make your ascent?
So I'm stuck on a couple of things, 2 or 3 things. Let me just write them all out, and then we can pick one. The one thing I'm stuck on is we're really focusing on building a rocket that can land on Eve and take off from Eve. We'll worry about transfer later, and transfer and other land, all that stuff. We just want to land and take off with 900 units of ore, with astronauts to be able to plant a flag, to be able to mine the ore, right? So we're trying to build for that. Now, in the building of that, I'm so confused about the Delta V, because how much Delta V do I actually have? Because I can create a rocket without any side boosters, right? And I can see my Delta V. Great. My center stage has, I don't know, 2400 DV on Eve. Great, got it. Now when I start adding around it, it increases it by like 1200 Delta V. Now, if I do fuel lines, someone says I have more Delta V. And then so there's like this imaginary Delta V with fuel lines that I don't see numbers for. So how am I supposed to like plan an accurate Eve escape with needs 8,000 Delta V if I don't know what my Delta V is? Does that make sense? So we're kind of stuck there. And then we're getting into, well, is fuel lines better than cross feeds, right? So sorry I'm blabbing so long. Give me a second. So with cross feeds, we just did the test, unless I'm doing it wrong with fuel priority, I got an AP of 300,000. That's great. But with fuel lines, I got an AP of 2 million. So people are saying it's the same thing, but when I'm doing the practical test, it's not the same thing. Unless, of course, I'm doing it wrong. You know what I mean?
You want fuel to go from your center tanks to your outer booster engines?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't. Why would we do that? Why wouldn't they just use? Why would we take fuel from the center to the outer?
Yeah, if you're trying to drop the booster weight on your ascent, you probably don't want to cross feed or fuel line. Just burn the fuel in your boosters and then drop them, and then you drop the weight.
But doesn't fuel lines, so the fuel lines will empty 2 of them, right? So I have a center stage, and then I have 8 rockets on the side. So, and I fuel line those, right? But they're not currently fuel lined.
Fuel lines and cross feed do the same thing for fuel, though. So it'll let fuel from the center tank to your outer engines, but then you end up with an empty tank once you're in orbit.
Fuel
Also,
should
can
go
I chime
inward.
in?
What's that?
Well, let me chime in. What are you doing with the center engines? Because you haven't tried to use them for anything. Because you've been out of fuel every single time. I've been trying to figure out what the point of those are.
We're just trying to take off
away.
We're trying to take off from Eve, right?
Oh, so are you testing this as the lander that you're launching from Eve for your testing purposes?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so you're wanting this to be landed intact like this.
Correct. And then taking off can be whatever.
So are you trying to get the center engines, the mammoths or whatever, to actually be used, or?
Probably not on landing because of the heat shield we're going to need. Because we need to attach a
I
heat
was
shield.
just trying to figure out, because you haven't been using that in any of the testing, whether you've had the fuel lines or not.
On takeoff, we could. Well, people were saying don't use the center mammoths.
Well,
They're
because
lower
it depends.
efficiency.
If you're planning on using that for extra thrust, having the crossfeed on would let the 8 outers draw for that central tank, but you'd also have those other 4 engines. So you'd burn through fuel faster than you're currently doing in your testing, was the main reason that I was asking. Because you haven't been testing it with that on, and you're trying to test this for launching from Eve. which is
So
harder
let's say
to-
the center's on. Okay, let's just do it right now. The center's on, right?
I don't think there's.
All right, so the center's on, right? And I'm burning the fuel. The fuel tanks look like they're burning evenly, and I'm using the center one.
Pull the switch back up.
Right. So we're just burning. We're burning. But here's where I'm getting confused at, because I think people are saying it's the same to asparagus stage into cross feed. But watch this. We're just gonna do it. Watch this. I don't know anything about fuel priority, so I don't know if I haven't set that. But everything is draining evenly at this point.
Yeah, crossfeed just kind of connects the fuel tanks. Fuel lines and crossfeed connect the fuel tanks together.
Yeah, crossfeed just allows like them to pull from each other, but if you've got crossfeed on, that's kind of a mute point unless you've got something you can't, like if you've got a structural part.
Oh, so it's going
Or-
to keep the fuel even across the rockets.
Yeah. Yeah, unless
That's-
you use fuel priority, then you can make
So
the
then it'll be
tanks.
different.
Yeah, the fuel tanks on the outer, you can make them draw faster, so you can drop them, but then you lose the engines too.
And
So
then
you
that would
need
go
to
to the middle, or would go to the outer, because crossfeed's out to in to out, right?
It's both ways. It's bidirectional. So if you use fuel priority and increase the priority on the booster tanks, then they'll drain first and empty before it touches the center tank. And when they empty, you can then drop them. But at that point, there's not really a need to do crossfeed or fuel tanks. Just let the boosters draw their fuel down and then drop them when they're empty.
So the real question is whether asparagus staging is more efficient with his weight, or if the extra fuel and the more engines is better.
All right, so
mean,
for sake of argument, everything's done, right? And by the
so
way,
you're-
if you put a fuel priority to 1, that draws first.
A higher number, yeah, so that goes negative and positive. The higher number is the higher priority. So
The
they would
higher
draw
number.
first,
Can
yeah.
you set 2 to the same number?
Yes, and then they'll draw evenly.
They'll draw evenly. Got it. So that's where. But it's not going to fill the center tank. It's just burning.
Yeah, it's the center empty right now.
Yeah, the center's
Oh,
empty
the
now.
chat's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't. Unless you want your outer engines to burn longer, I don't think you want crossfeed or fuel lines on. I think you want to burn them
Asparagus
and
stage.
fuel, and then just drop them. So you drop the weight. Vectors are
Now
efficient.
So check this out.
will
Two,
throw it-
255 AP. All right, just remember that number. 255 AP.
I will throw out for landing that craft, having crossfeed on may be better since it won't matter if you're empty or not on landing because you're going to be refueling anyway.
Your head's hurting. Mine's hurting too, man. I'm starting to see it. There's like a little. Have you seen that TikTok with the 2 little brain neurons coming together and touching each other to
We're
form a
rubbing
new
those two neurons
new
together.
learning thing, a neurological, whatever they call those neural nodes in your brains? I'm starting to have these 2 little lines connect ever so gently. So now let's do this. We're going to.
What's up, guys?
Hey, who's that?
It's Andrew.
Andrew, what's up, man?
Hey,
Andrew,
for
so
what?
you said I need to do fuel priority, right?
Yeah, so the fuel priority basically works the same as the fuel lines in a sense that like it allows you to pull fuel for the whole rocket from a specific tank, right? So you can have it work like asparagus staging, where you can have like a specific tank feed the whole rocket first, and then once that tank is empty, you can ditch it, and effectively be ditching the empty tanks, right? And so when you set the fuel priority higher for the center tank, it basically isn't touching the center tank. So you get to keep the center tank full and pull the fuel from the outer tanks and ditch them along the way. So you still have the full center tank by the time, you know, you're higher up, if that makes sense.
Okay, I have to remove these from symmetry, I think.
But then why do crossfeed at all? Why not just burn the fuel in the boosters and then drop them?
So yeah, for getting off Eve, you want as much thrust and as little weight as fast as possible. So asparagus staging makes sense for getting off. Having all the engines having extra fuel for landing to give you more time to get into a better position or to slow down and all might work better for you, but
And
Hey,
you-
Goldmine
need to
or
manage.
Huzzy, can you get Sake in the Discord?
Goldmine already shared it.
Oh, thank you, Goldmine. So, okay, let me remove this from symmetry. Okay, so we got an AP of 200,000, 250,000, right? So now I'm going to remove this from symmetry, remove this from symmetry. This is going to pull at a priority of 20, right? I'm going to go to this one as if I was fuel lining. Remove from 7 tree 20. Remove from 7 tree 20. Over here, remove from 7 tree. Remove some from 7 tree 20. Okay, now we're going to come back and we're going to do this one. We're going to remove from symmetry. And it's at 10, flew priority 10. What does that mean? It's less than the 20, so it's going to pull
Last.
last.
That's
Okay,
what I'm on.
okay,
I'm not-
okay.
I'm not- yeah, last. Oh yeah, you did plus 20.
Okay,
plus
I
10.
think I got it. I think I got it. Okay, now let's do a test here. Let's see if I did this right.
Do you have the decouplers on a different stage too?
Yeah.
Because the whole because the point is like to ditch the empty stage. Because like why carry that like empty mass with you? You know, that's the idea, is like ditching the empty weight.
Are you burning mammoths?
No, should
Metal.
I be?
So your mammoths will give you the highest thrust at the beginning of your launch. But they're
doesn't
not as efficient
seem
on
like-
fuel.
It doesn't seem like the fuel priority is doing anything. Oh, yeah, it is actually. I see a slight. Well, I can't tell.
Well,
Sorry,
but each
chat.
of the
I'm
tank
locked in.
things-
Sorry, chat. I've been ignoring the chat a little bit. I'm just locked in a
Yeah.
little bit.
What you're seeing though is that each of the tanks are pulling from their own fuel, or do you have them set to draw from one tank? All your engines are drawing from one tank.
Well, I set the fuel priority for 3 stacks to 20, and the other 3 stacks to 10.
So then the 20 should have probably already empty, and now you're draining in the.
But
the
they're
10s.
even.
Like,
Everything's even.
But you're not. Can you pull up one of the tanks? The
Oh, wait a
the
minute.
full. Yeah, the bar on the side is showing your all the fuel that it has access to.
Okay.
Yeah, so after you stage, you have that 800.
Yeah.
All those other. Why are those? Oh, because they're fueling. Yeah. Never
Yeah.
mind.
I don't think I'm doing it right, even though I did it right. Like I
No, when you launch again, like keep a couple of those tank displays on the
And,
different
when they're empty,
priorities.
you ditch them.
Yeah, when it shows empty, ditch it, because it doesn't show you in the fuel display on the left.
But they're all empty. I mean, they're all empty at the
They're
same
complaining
time.
about the aerodynamics because you don't have the nose cone.
And you got some steering losses also because the boosters are wobbling. But
Well, this is just testing purposes.
Yeah, we're just
yeah,
testing.
yeah.
So I did the fuel priority, and I didn't see a difference.
But
So
you
let's
also didn't
drop-
the extra weight.
Yeah.
That was,
Yeah, let's drop engines. Let's go up.
I said the only, which again, especially staging will do that. Like you're just getting extra burn time out of those engines because it's pulling from that central tank.
But they all burned at the same time. So the full priority is, I don't know if you guys can see the stream. The fuel priority for this stack is 20. The one
Pin-
next
pin
to it
one of those.
is
pin
10. Huh?
So pin
Pin
that
that
one
open.
and then pin the one next to it. The
Yeah.
little
So this is
thumbnail.
20, and then this is 10, right?
And then pin one of the other ones, and you'll see the
This
20.
is-
Later
this is
with
20.
50 different opinions.
This is 20, and this is 10. This is 20, and this is, no, actually what?
I can't watch the stream and the Discord at the same time. It's like an echo, but the higher the priority pulls first. So the higher the number, that's where the fuel is going to come from first.
So flow priority 20, flow priority 10. You got this, we're confirming this is right?
Which one is 20 and 10? I can't see the stream.
Like
I'm not,
those-
yeah, I'm not sure why the number in parentheses is 0, because usually that's the one that shows
Oh.
the
Okay,
priority.
so we've got right, center, right, left, center, left.
Do I need to? Oh, the parentheses number is what I need to be plus 1.
I don't remember ever seeing the number on the left changing without the plus or minus on the side next to it. They should all be 10, and then you plus and you add to it.
This
or
one
you
says
minus.
this one says 20.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think I've seen that happen.
All right.
It's
Whoa.
That'd be my guess.
You must have something on that's higher. Oh, there you go. So something
Take a
was
look
on
at that.
higher
Look how
priority.
fast it's draining.
Yep. And now you could ditch those tanks right now.
Oh,
Which is what
these
you're
are
saying.
attached to. Like you see. Oh. Wait.
I think you're gonna have to go back to VAB and reattach all these fuel tanks because something else has a higher priority than your tanks on the
Oh,
right.
look at this. So it is empty. Okay, can I pause the game? No, I can't. So check this out. So what I was staring at was on my left. I don't know if you can't see it on the TikTok stream, on the Twitch stream. I have
I can see
8
it.
rockets, 8 thrusters, and the liquid fuel is even across the board, right?
Because that's your entire tank volume. That
Yeah,
it can see.
that's all the materials in the rocket when you look at the top right.
Well, not the top right, the bottom left. The bottom
Yeah,
left
Yep,
has.
that's the entire rocket.
So that's what was confusing to me because I'm visually looking at rocket number 1, rocket number 2, rocket number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they all are lined up evenly.
Yep.
But over here, they are empty. So that's why I'm confused, man. That's why I was confused because I'm looking.
But if you saw the way that they emptied, there's other tanks with like other priorities in the rotation. Because like
Let me
the
do
ones
this.
on the left did. Yeah.
Watch this. Watch this. See, this is what I was looking at. That's what I was looking at. Going, they're not draining. They're all draining the same. You see that?
Yep.
So the
It's
one
the
thing
whole
I'd be
rocket.
curious to see is which would be better, asparagus staging or doing it cross feed for the landing. Or free
So on
flying.
asparagus staging, I can see it happening. On crossfeed, I can't see what's happening.
Yeah, I
Cross
would.
feed opens all the tanks.
The whole point of the cross feed and the fuel priority is to do the same thing as the fuel lines, anyways. So I mean, like I would just do the fuel lines if it's like too complicated to set it up. I mean, I would still use fuel priority, like to because I often use it to keep the fuel like low down in the rocket. So I'll prioritize the lower tanks to burn after the upper tanks to keep the liquid fuel lower down and keep the center of mass like lower down, so like the rocket will tip and stuff. But I mean, you know, in terms of asparagus staging, I think it's just much easier to just set up the fuel lines, and it's like easier to visually see where they're all going and to stage them.
This is sucking from the center, even when I'm not using the center. Right.
Because the cross feed gives those outer engines access to that tank like fuel
Yeah.
lines would.
That
Fuel
yeah,
lines
when
would do the
you
same thing.
exactly yeah when you
And
open
it's
the
about-
cross feed, it allows it to pull across the decouplers. Because usually when you have a decoupler, like you're not able to touch the fuel from the upper stage, but once you enable the cross feed, that's what allows it to transfer fuel over multiple stages.
Andrew is a legend. He's senior engineer on our Kerbal launches here.
Thanks, guys.
Revert flight. Okay, now here's where I'm going to throw, at least in my mind, throw a wrench in all of this. Okay, so we did that. We did the fuel priority. I could see how we could drop the tanks. Okay, but now watch this. Bear with me. Humor me for a couple of minutes. And here's why I'm superiorly confused. All right, so now I go back and I throw on some fuel lines, right? You're like, DJ, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? It's the same thing as cross feeding.
When it's set up the same, it can be the same. From what I saw, you didn't like stage them differently. You did them all, like yeah. If you set up everything to like stage the same way as the fuel lines do, where you like ditch two side tanks on opposite sides, and then the other two side tanks, and then the other two side tanks.
But the
and
other
you-
but they're not leaving fuel for the next one, right? Because the purpose of crossfeed is even fuel distribution, right?
Not necessarily. The point is, yeah, the point is to like channel the fuel from the booster you're gonna ditch first. You're gonna like the best way I can explain it is you're basically like you know, if there's 6 outer tanks and you ditch, you know, the first 2, those first 2 have fuel lines leaving out of them. So basically they're feeding the fuel, burning all the other engines on all the other boosters. And so that's why they drain so fast, right? Is because not only is that tank burning its own engine, it's burning every other engine, right?
It's
So it's
sharing.
burning
The
off-
fuel is being shared across all of it.
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
going for absolute maximum burn time, basically.
Burn
I
time.
don't think you turned off crossfeed, DJ, because the delta
Or
V is
actually, not even burn time. I think efficiency would be the best, where you're going
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
absolute best possible use of all your fuel that
yeah,
you have aboard.
because you want to carry like at the smallest amount of mass up with you as possible. So if you like, let's like, because you remember when we wanted to keep the old rocket in one stage and how much like less delta V it had is because we weren't ditching all our empty mass. You know, we were carrying all the empty mass with us, right? Which like
Mhm.
severely hurts the delta V, right? So when you asparagus stage, it like takes that one tank and feeds the entire rocket, and it empties that one tank, leaving everything else completely full, so you can ditch those tanks, right, as quickly as possible. You can shed that mass as early and as quickly as possible and have a fully fueled rocket like continuing to fly, right? And so you're shedding that like dry mass as quickly as possible, so you're carrying it with you as little as possible, and you're wasting as little fuel moving it as possible,
So at
right?
at a practical level, if crossfeed is not showing me what tanks are emptying like fuel lines do, then how am I going to know what to shed when? You would
Yeah, so
have you'd have to
that's
eyeball.
when you start. That's
Yeah.
when you start looking at the fuel priority numbers. So instead of using fuel lines, you would set the priority like of the first tanks you're gonna ditch. You would set them to the lowest number, so those drain first, and then you would ditch them, right? So
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
you look at your
usually I see it as the budget way before people unlock fuel lines. I don't know. I wasn't here earlier for whoever mentioned the fuel priority. There's other advantages to it. Like I said, I usually use it to just keep the fuel lower down. You know, like the booster tanks can be pretty long, and the fuel like will drain evenly, and it will kind of keep the mass higher up. So usually I have it keep the mass lower down when it comes to the use of fuel priority. But in terms of asparagus staging, I just always use fuel lines. I think it's just easier
Now I'm
to set up.
asparagus staging right now, right? Well, since it's crossfeed, if you were to visually look at your engines, they're still firing because they're pulling other fuel, right?
yeah.
They're all pulling fuel from the tank with the lowest priority. So every engine that's burning is going to be pulling the fuel from the one tank that has the lowest priority, and then once that tank is empty, it then pulls from the next lowest priority. Or if they all have the same priority, it pulls from every tank perfectly evenly.
Now here's why
Well, you
I'm
were running
confused. Here's
out.
why I'm confused. All right, so we just did asparagus staging, right?
Yep, lose the last 4. There you go.
And so now I got a full center tank.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blow through 300,000 or
This is why I
250,000.
was saying this is what you need to do for launching from Eve, but landing from Eve, I don't know which will be better for you.
Landing for me, I don't. We're gonna land with like a fully thing rocket. Are we ditching fuel tanks trying to
Yeah.
land, or what?
Well, no, just well, I guess either way. But look at this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm already gonna blow by to 250,000. So when we cross feed, we're only getting
Half a
250.
tank still.
We're only getting
Yeah.
250 AP from a cross feed.
I can't see the stream right now, but like it's most likely just the setup of the fuel priority or the staging. Like when you asparagus stage, like you're ditching 2 tanks at a time instead of all of them higher up. And you can set the fuel priority to do that. You know, you can set like 2 tanks to ditch first, and then the next 2 tanks ditch second, and then the next 2 ditch third, while still having the fully fueled center rocket. Like, you know, if you set all the fuel priority numbers to do that, like you can. But like I said, at that point, might as well just use fuel lines, right?
Yeah, well, and at a practical level, look, I'm at 1.8 million. You know what I mean?
That,
And you're
that is a
saying,
ballistic.
and you're saying because I did it incorrectly, I could get 1.8 million with cross feeds.
It can be done either way. You know, like I said, usually I see people do the cross feeding. If they're gonna use cross feeding for asparagus staging, usually it's because they don't have the fuel lines unlocked. You know, they're playing like a career mode and they don't have it unlocked yet. But like once you do have the fuel lines, like it's just the faster way. You know, you can just plug them all in, and you know it just easily does it, right? It like diverts the fuel, which basically does the same thing as, you know, prioritizing which tank to take it from. So it can be set up exactly the same. It can be set up slightly differently. It's an interesting thing to mess with. Like I said, for late game uses, I just use it to keep the fuel lower down, if that makes sense. That's how I use
So
fuel
just for
priority.
my educational purposes, I want to replicate fuel lines with crossfeed. I want to go from 250K to 1.8 million. So,
Okay, so
So now let's. So now I'm going to look at this tank right here.
it's hard for me to watch the stream.
Yeah.
Can you stream it in Discord too, or?
Probably not, because streaming's already taxing my stuff. So I would do the same thing as a fuel line, right? Like 3 tanks are a higher priority than the other 3 tanks. I'm gonna remove all these from symmetry.
So usually when you asparagus stage, you have the 2 opposite tanks ditch first, right?
Yeah, same thing with crossfeed.
Yeah. So usually you would set the 2. So the first 2 stages or the first 2 side tanks you want to ditch, you would set those tanks to the lowest number, and then have the decoupler, be the first one to decouple, and then the next 2 opposite side boosters would have the second lowest fuel priority with the decouplers on the second stage, and then the last 2 opposing tanks would have the third lowest fuel priority, and they're decouplers on the third stage, and then the center mammoth stage would have the 4th highest fuel priority. So just to make sure that no fuel is being pulled from it. I hope that all made sense.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so 2. We're doing in 2s instead of 3s, right?
Either way, you can do it. However,
You can do it in 3s. If you
how
wanted
did
to.
you do? I couldn't see the stream. How did you do the fuel lines? Did you do it in 2s or 3s?
I did in 2. So 1 tank to the tank to the right of it, and then to the inside. So 1, 2, 3.
I'm confused. I
Why-
wish I could watch the stream too, but it echoes.
Why don't you just mute the stream
Can I? I don't see where there's a mute button on the stream.
on Twitch or TikTok?
I can go to TikTok. Actually, that's a good idea. Or I can go to Twitch. That's a good idea. Let me see.
I say because I've got it open on both of my desktops.
Or can I do it in
and I've got
4s?
double
Like the
muted.
the 4 across from each other. You could probably just do it in 4s, right?
In 4s, like 2 and 2.
Yeah, the cross feeds.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. I mean, I'm watching the stream now. How did you do it with the fuel lines?
So
Which
the
tanks
fuel
went
lines
first?
basically, I went from this one to this one, and then this one to the inside. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So the fuel line's 1, 2, 3, and then I do a fuel line 1, 2, 3, and then a fuel line 1,
I see.
2, 3.
So you had 4. So you ditched 4 tanks at a time.
I ditch 3 tanks at a time for fuel lines.
Oh, I'm lost.
No, you
1,
you
2,
did
3.
4 at a
Okay.
time.
1, 2, 3.
On
Yeah,
the,
Okay,
it's
okay, I
4
think I
at
see.
a time.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay,
I'm
I see
sorry.
it,
I'm
I
sorry.
see
I'm
it.
sorry. 1, 2. Yeah, I'm sorry. 4
so you
four
got
at a time.
8 tanks. I'm like,
Yeah, my bad. 4
Yeah.
at a time.
So you have one side tank to another side tank to another side tank to the middle.
Just
So-
so each grouping was in 3, like from 1, 2, 3.
Okay. So
1, 2, 3.
I see. So yeah,
And
you would
and I
you
did
would
that
set the.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you would set the first 3 tanks you're gonna ditch, or however many tanks you ditched first. You would set all those 3 to the same lowest fuel priority.
And
then the
lowest would be
next-
what number? Let's pick a number.
Whatever lowest. Like they have tons. Like it can go negative just for massive rockets with hundreds of fuel tanks. Like they have so many numbers.
We want this
it
to
just-
drain first, so the higher the number, it drains faster.
No, lower numbers drain first. The higher the numbers, the higher priority. So the higher number. Wait, hold on.
No, I think the higher number drains first.
Is that it? Hold on, I'm trying to remember. Because it's tripping me out. Tanks with. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, that's right. The higher number drains first. That's
So
right.
let's
I'm
put this
sorry.
at 10. Plus 10. Plus 10. And then we'll do plus 10. And then we'll do, and just like I'm doing a fuel line, right? But with cross feeds.
Yeah, exactly. The higher priority will be the first tank. Like the highest number is the first tank that empties, which
So
is basically like where
plus
the first
10.
fuel line would come from.
Plus 10. Fuel delivery overlay. Oh. Leave that on so I can understand it. Leave that on, okay. Y'all know that was a fuel, that was a thing?
I've actually never seen that. I'm not gonna lie.
I know it's a thing, but I've never used it myself.
What?
They added that.
Yeah,
That
that's
was one of the
what-
last
that's-
major updates
that's
they
a-
did for KSP1, if I recall.
That's the visualization of your flow control. So that's how the fuel is flowing.
Who's that? Oh, is that Saken? What's up, Saken?
Yeah. Hey.
Saken made it. Okay. Saken in the
Yeah, all
house.
the
engineers-
So let me see if I did. I'll
Right
turn
click
that
on
on.
the center rocket.
Right click on the center rocket.
Control.
Why did it go to plus 30? Oh, no, never mind. Plus 10. Plus 10. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Plus 10. Plus 10. And then this one's going to be plus 10. Plus 10. And then this one is going to be. Oops. Plus 10. Plus 10. So, okay. So those 4 are plus 10s. The other ones are zeros. That's okay, right? Or do I need to give it an actual number? Anybody know?
Yeah, you want to give it a number higher than the lower tank number.
What you mean the center tank? Which one are you talking about?
Talking about, so the first one is plus 10s, and then the next one's going to be 0. So the plus 10s are taking fuel first, and then the zeros will take it next, right? And then the center tank needs to be less than 0, right? Because we wanted to draw from it last, like a minus 5.
You could just
Yeah.
go one number down. You could go like, if you got 10 for the one first, you can go 9 the next one, and then 8
Okay.
for the center.
I guess I was trying to separate a little more just for my
It just
mental.
needs to be, it just needs to be lower.
All right, so I believe I have this set up correctly with fuel line priority. The center is the lowest.
You got you have the decoupler stage too.
Yep, to the right, should be to the right ones. All right, now if what I'm hearing is correct, this should take me to the 1.7 whatever million, just like fuel
Yeah.
lines would.
Yeah, you should see the first highest fuel priority tanks empty first, while the rest of the rocket is still completely full, and then you should be able to ditch those. And then the next side tanks should empty while the rest of the rocket stays full, and then you should be able to ditch those, and then so on and so forth. You know.
Now, I'm not going to be able to visually see it on the left side like I normally would with the fuel line, so I'm going to have to click on this.
Yeah, I would right click the tanks and probably pin
So-
them. You know?
Now, okay. Is the center one firing? Are we doing that one? Might as well, right?
Did you do it on the last one too?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So according to this, those are empty, right?
About to be.
So now I can release those.
Yep. Drop them.
Can I watch the fuel? Oh, you can't watch the fuel when you're in flight. So I believe these are done. Oh, interesting. It is the same. I didn't believe you guys, to be honest. It is the same.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
I think it's a little more complicated because now
Yeah.
you have to like pin windows up.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like usually once people unlock fuel lines, they just use those instead. But there's still like a ton of other benefits when it comes to like weight distribution. Like if you want to keep the fuel nice and low so your rocket doesn't tip in flight.
Nice.
No
Or
more
like-
somersaulting through space.
I could see landing because crossfeed will distribute the fuel evenly. Because that's what we were having problems with yesterday. That's what I thought, Thrasher. That's what I thought. But it's pulling. The tanks were empty, but the engine was pulling from something else. But the tanks were empty. And let's take a look.
Yeah. So because
Yeah,
it will,
even higher than fuel lines.
I was gonna say,
2.9
you're at
million.
1.2 already. Yeah.
2.9 million. Why would it be way higher than fuel lines?
you know what? I think it's because like you know what Thrasher said when the engine was still on when you ditched it is because even though the tank emptied, the fuel priority once it shifted to the next tank, it still diverted fuel back to the empty tank and burnt the empty tank's engine, if that makes sense. And you had like a higher thrust to weight ratio because you were burning with more engines.
Oh, burning with more engines. Interesting.
Yeah, for like a split second. Once you're really high up like that, like a slight difference is going to make a huge difference in your apoapsis. So it isn't actually like as huge as you might think. But yeah, that's the reason the engine was still on is because before you staged it, when it shifted to the next fuel tank, it started burning the fuel back in the other tank that was empty. But when you have fuel lines, they'll flame out because the fuel is only being diverted away from that tank. It never starts going back, if that makes sense.
Dang. It's my brain is
Physics, DJ, physics.
physics.
It's only
lots of
rocket,
math.
dude. It's just rocket science.
That's all it is.
It's fine if it makes your head hurt just a little bit.
That's all it is. Now, all right. So, I wish I was. I wish I would have saved it. I don't know if I saved it on. Let's go back and look. $30, 10, 10. Okay, I did save it. Okay, good. 30, 10, 10. Should be a minus 10. Yep, good. So now I have a delta V of 3,800, but do I really?
I think so. I think it reads fuel priority. Actually, I don't know. No, I don't think it would read the fuel priority accurately because the game thinks that it doesn't know when you're gonna ditch those. Maybe it does. I honestly don't know.
Look
That's a
at
good
his
question.
delta V on the left side. That is actively going down. So
Yeah, it's not like
see if that updates when he
So I can have
drops.
confidence in knowing my delta V numbers because I don't with fuel lines. I don't know how much delta V I have. That's where I get confused.
The fuel lines will tell you accurately. The issue last time, with our accuracy of the delta V was that we weren't staging. If you do actually stage when you
Okay, so that updated. That changed to 700 something.
Yeah, but it's still 30, like the big bottom number. That makes sense. Bottom left. Yeah, it changed for that particular stage, but didn't change for the total. Now we need a good muffler? Yeah, we do. Chat, do you guys understand all that? Does everyone... Some of you pro Kerbal people probably are like, I got every bit of that. Anybody's brain hurting like mine is? Medicine, you understood it. Smile understood it. Golden understood it.
Get
Frisky.
some Tylenol after this.
CK. My brain hurts. Oops, I wasn't watching the other tanks. That's the only thing I don't like. I think I really like crossfeed now. I don't like the visual interface of a crossfeed. Me no understand. SRBs are definitely part of the plan. Automate the separations. I don't think though. You have to manually hit those, right?
I think you can. I think one of the DLCs. I think the robotics DLC comes with like flight computers. Like you can actually automate flying completely. You know, you can have it take like specific flight paths and stuff, but it's like really, really hard to set up. But I'm sure you can have it stage automatically, like immediately when things are empty and stuff too.
Physically accurate? Yes and no, Don. It's still a video game, but as much as a video game can be physically accurate, yes. There are some things where it can get out of, like, you can build some pretty crazy rockets that probably wouldn't be feasible. Well, I don't know. It would be feasible if you can manufacture it.
Well,
The game
Kerbin's
is-
actually like what, a sixth smaller, so it's actually less feasible on Earth.
I think 1/8 actually. I think
No, it's some fractional.
Yeah, it's super like small compared to Earth. But I think it's also like the engines are less efficient. You know, like the ISP values of Kerbin rockets are like worse in efficiency than real life, I think. So it kind of balances itself out like that.
Fire Talk, we wanted to take the nuclears back just to see if it would work, but we might be a good idea to not take them back. So there's no other way to visualize the tanks other than to pin it. Because what if you have a really complicated rocket system? How are you going to pin like every aspect that needs to be jettisoned? And
You should see a small window of your fuel, like in the staging screen. Like it's probably
Staging screen.
not very big, but if you
Oh
look
no,
over at your staging,
yeah, that's got the delta V and the little blue below your stage number.
Oh,
But it's not showing when it's doing the. It's not showing the content of each tank. It's showing the content of the whole. When you did fuel lines, it was updating the actual individual engines properly.
we're just doing some
Yeah,
testing
that's
with
why-
Logan and Laser Mike. Just some tests.
Yeah, so I think the delta V readouts of the fuel lines might actually be more accurate then, because it actually knows when you're going to stage the decouplers. Maybe.
Oh, that works. No, that works. That's a visual indicator.
But that's why it gives you the parentheses or the slash for some of the stuff on the engineer some of the times in the VAV. Is it's giving you current versus like the total potential or whatever. I say, imagine how high it would get if we added those nose cones that Chad is screaming about.
So, Mac. So, if this all goes correctly, what happens? Up and down on the pad? Yeah, Harvey, we're just kind of doing a test. Actually, I don't know where we would land. We can play it out. We're just kind of working with fuel systems at the moment, trying to figure that out. So, right now, it looks like Looks like we're going to go really high, about 400,000. We're not going to break the gravity influence or the influence of the. Well, yeah, we're going really high.
I'm not gonna launch to escape.
Holy
Come on.
smokes! All right, and fuel's out, 1.9 million. And this is in real
That's all.
time, Harvey. So you could technically just leave it. But we're gonna go about. We're currently 150,000 above the surface, and we're gonna go like 1.9. Let's warp ahead.
It's gonna be a
18
hyperballistic entry. You're gonna burn up.
Let's warp ahead 18 minutes. So we warped ahead 18 minutes, and we're still going up. We're still flying high.
There you go. You're almost there.
Let's warp around. 18 minutes. Let's warp. Little time warp chat. And we're just doing, if you're just popping into the chat, we're just doing some tests because we have this really hard mission. It's like Endgame. It's like the final boss where you land on this planet called Eve and take off. And we're just having a lot of trouble with building the rocket, with having enough fuel. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's KSP-1. So we're having problems with fuel, weight, thrust, all those things. So we're just kind of messing around with fuel right now. Trying to understand it. So let's warp ahead. I don't know. We're going to probably explode in the atmosphere. Because I don't think I put on decouplers or a heat shield.
So you're gonna hit a couple thousand meters a second, is my guess.
Yeah, we don't got a heat shield. We don't got a decoupler. We're just gonna go in scorching. I don't even know where we're gonna land at. Looks like we're landing on ground too. Oh boy. Let's warp ahead 7 minutes. Yeah, KSP-2 got abandoned. Yeah, we normally have like a heat shield and parachutes and whatnot, but we're just doing a little test. Let's warp ahead 2 minutes. Actually, we're not going that fast. Just wait until we, I guess, get closer, huh?
So you're still like 1.5 million kilometers up.
Let's warp ahead 1 hour. Whoa! Oh, now we're in the atmosphere. Oh, we're dropping at 2,800 meters a second. Oh, this is bad. We're gonna get skunked here. Oh, it's over. It's the whole thing. Just the whole thing. Kabam. All right, you guys gotta help me build this Mars or this Eve thing. Unless you gotta get going, that's fine. So here's the problem. Let me heat all this stuff off of here. Let me get it off. So here is, some people were saying, why not just land with the basics, right? No extras. But this is what that is. You have the command capsule. You have the space for the engineer. Just so in case we need to fix something, we got a battery. We got a heat shield. We got a convertitron to make the fuel. We got the 3 tanks for 900 ore. And then really, this is it. This is a TWR. This is a TWR of 1.7 with 1600 delta V. What do we do now? And we're just talking about landing on Eve. You know what I mean? I'm up for any recommendations. Because I am stuck. And the chat got quiet. Because anything I put on lowers the TWR. You know what I mean? Like as soon as I add in another fuel tank, TWR goes to 1.16. And don't we need 1.6 on... don't we need 1.
Okay, look at the max on that though. That's only if the tank is completely filled.
Okay.
So your maximum thrust weight, like right before it empties out, is going to be 3.7. That's what that parentheses is. So if you don't have that complete, like I'd say what, 3/4 full probably will have you closer to that 1.6, but you can't have it completely filled, or not just those engines.
All right, that's helpful. I didn't know that 3.7 means once it's almost empty, you're running.
That's its max possible. So that's basically at the end when it's as light as possible.
So what's takeoff? What do you have to have for takeoff? TWR. You see what I'm saying?
been so long since I've left Eve.
What game is this called? Kerbal Space Program. Hey,
Minimum,
Sig-
you need more than one.
what's that?
Well, more than
You
one.
need more. Yeah, you need a TWR more than of +1.
Just to get it off the ground, we need 1.0.
Well, that
Yes.
means your thrust is higher than your weight, but Eve is higher than on Kerbin, so you need higher than 1.
So I have it
Just-
set to Kerbin. No, I have it set to Eve. But that doesn't matter, huh? It has to be 1.6 or something like that.
You need
Like
1,400
saying
meters
you
per
probably
second,
need like
give or
1.2
take.
to get off the ground.
1.2.
Okay, no. Yeah, you need about 8,000 to get out of Eve by itself.
Yeah, 8,000 total. But the TWR, what am I looking at?
1 second, my KSP just loaded up and it's loud. There we go. It's quiet now.
1.3 to 1.6 ideally. Okay, let's try to hit those numbers. 1.3 to 1.6. See, here's the problem now, chat, is when we start adding. So we're like, okay,
But you're
great.
not-
Great, let's add stuff. But when you add stuff, you make it heavier.
But you're not
And
leaving from Eve with just the center stage, are you?
no, because we don't have the delta V for it. It's currently 1.16 TWR minimum, with a delta V of 2100. We need a delta V of 8,000, at least 8,000. So now we're trying to figure out what do we need to add to this to get to 8,000 and have a TWR of 1 point whatever. More boosters. And that's the problem, chat. You add more boosters for more power and it becomes heavier. Right?
More
so
weight,
then,
which equals more thrust, which means more weight, which
right.
Also, I would look through all your engines and just make sure that's the most efficient engine in terms of weight and
The Mammoth?
thrust.
I think it's
Yeah.
probably the vectors. to
Well,
be
and you
honest.
can always manually drop the fuel in there just to see what percentage of fuel you need in like one of those tanks.
15 tons for this. What if I took this out?
Yeah, because you could probably, instead of that one big thing, you probably put maybe a 3 engine adapter or something on there.
Vectors.
I thought we were landing what we just were testing.
Well, ideally, yes, but we haven't finished like the numbers, delta V, TWR, all that. We were just messing around, trying to figure out fuel priority, fuel flow.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what the delta V on that one was. I just saw you like changing it up, and I was like, wait, what's he doing?
You said Delta V was just 2,000.
So for the center rocket, it's a. I think we have to use the Rhino because there's nothing big enough to. So I mean, or that we could use the. What's this?
You don't necessarily need a bigger one. You could get a lot more smaller.
The Rhino fits, but I don't. I think that everything I've read is like go vectors. You have to use vectors. So this is fuel and vector engines. So it's 15 tons. All right, hold on. But let's take a look. Let's take a look. Nuclear engines. We might not take nuclear engines, chat, because there was some like an overheating bug that we couldn't figure out. I don't know if that makes sense or
I
not.
still think that was just an ablation, obstruction, whatever bug, not an actual issue with the engines themselves.
Think so? So let's see what I'm just messing around here. Does it matter if you use 4 or 3 vector engines? Like, does that make sense what I'm asking? I guess you'd want to use 4, right?
Well, just try it out. Yeah, I would just try it out because you're just trying to get to the Delta V and the PWR that you want, right? So try different things until you meet it.
High TWR is more efficient.
Yep.
What did Perry say? You want the most power.
More power.
More power.
Giving her all she's got, Captain.
Oh yeah, this doesn't. TWR 1.02.
0.31.
Let me get these out of here. Yeah, the rhinos. Delta V of 2300. Yeah, it's like worse. TWR 1.02. Let's put this to the side. Put a rhino on here.
How many of those can you just fit on the bottom plate?
1.6. It's a little better. The rhino is going to perform a little better than an adapted vector. Most power to weight ratio problems are nuclear. Rhino instead down here. Oh, I don't think that's gonna. Oh, it didn't even. On Eve, it's doing nothing. Unless something's wrong here. The rhino's not touching that atmosphere. Oh yeah, the rhino ain't doing nothing. Wow. Hey Colin, thanks for the follow. What's up? What if we did rhinos here? 2100, 1.4. Why aren't the rhinos registering any? What about the main sales? 1 point. So Delta V, another thousands added. So what's the point on stage 2.68? Is that going to affect the total TWR?
Yeah, combine on your staging. Just combine those engines onto one group, just so you can see with that on the engineer.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh.
Just drag the one central engine down to stage 2, just so you can see, because it should update. You've got a 1.07 with all of your engines right there.
1.07 with all the engines.
And that's about a little bit under half the total meters per second you need.
You mean it's still too heavy?
It still is, yeah. It's still only 3,600 something.
Right. Send it. Oh man, I would do vectors and rhinos for the middle. The rhino didn't do anything though, man, because we put the rhino in here and nothing. There was nothing.
They don't work on atmosphere. They're vacuum engines.
Yeah. Let's do 3 vectors on the side. Yeah, we've looked at nuclears. Nuclears were giving us some bugged issues. I love. We might still take them. We might still.
I said they're great for transfer stage. You just don't want to bring them down with you.
So what do we look at this? We have Delta V of what?
1.59 on that second stage, 1.16 still in that center, which is fine. You wouldn't be using that to the upper atmosphere anyway.
All right, we're getting some numbers, chat. What are we looking at? A 1.94. We're getting. We're about 3,000 Delta V. We're only 5,000 away. 5,000 Delta V away. So what do we do here now? Let's see if we. What do you think? What do you think? I don't even know what to add anymore without it getting out of hand. You know what I mean? Oh, asparagus staging now. So, but how am I? Okay, this is the key question. This is the key question. How do I see that number? So you're saying asparagus staging.
So your current stage is 1.94. You max out at 3.64, according to the vessel at the bottom, and you just changed something. Oh, you're okay. The fuel lines are changing that.
Changing what?
They're changing your delta V and your TWR because of how it's going to burn. So,
Oh shoot. Come on, man. Is there a redo button?
Control, was it X, Z and X, R? I know there is one, I just don't remember what it is.
Oops. Okay, where do I see my total delta V with this?
On 1.9, oh, you're changing with the...
Sure, your
Yes, what
staging
it's
is
showing
right.
up on, yeah, what it's showing on your thing right now is correct.
4,500.
Because you should have 3 stages, right?
Yeah, he's got 3 sets of engines, 4 sets of engines now.
Well, yeah, one, yeah.
Oh, this is set to Kerbin. Oh shoot.
So S1 is 0, so that's not right.
So about 3,000 delta V for.
You've got one engine. Is that the? You still have the bottom engine? Oh yeah, they're there. Okay.
Put them all together? You saying one stage?
Yeah, put the engines together, but you still gotta like stage your
Outer ring, yeah.
couplers.
Oh, the decouplers have delta
Right.
V into them, right? No, but it's still 3,000.
Yeah, once you
So
put
confused.
them,
Well, it's because we're doing asparagus staging, right? So you need to split
Yeah.
that up into the stages.
Got it.
Because right now you're at 1.94 and you'll max out right before burnout at 2.89.
yeah.
And then your other engine will keep going for a little bit, but you'd be about halfway through your fuels, what it looks like delta V wise.
Okay, now everything staged. The decouplers are staged differently.
But you're doing it in sets of 3, or yes, it's 3, not sets of 2.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. So what do we got? Oh shoot. Can I? Oh, darn it. Don't hit the reset button. Sets of 2, right? Wait, sets of 2? Sets of 3. Do we want sets of 3?
They're saying do it in 3 sets of 2. They're saying do it.
Oh, 3 sets of 2.
You've got them in 2 sets of 3.
Down at the VAB where the rockets grow tall. We're dreaming big and having a ball. With wrenches and blueprints, we're setting the
can't get
scene.
the lights okay,
It's
now
the
they're confusing.
jazziest spot this side of the green.
That means you should have
Tank
4
here,
stages
thruster
then, right?
there, attach the fins, give it some flair.
So I have 3 sets, 2 sets of 3.
The struts keep it tight. Check the staging, make it right. Engines prime, posters in line. One step closer to the cosmic divine. Swinging in the VAB.
Do be like that.
Building a dream.
Yeah, so
Rockets and
look at your
laughter
stage 1, because it looks like stage 0, you have a delta V
to the stars.
Got
and
the
a
music.
TWR, and then stage 1 is 0, 0, so that something's wrong there.
And what's wrong at stage 1?
Look at your decouplers or something. Maybe they're not in the right location.
Yeah, decouplers are right. Is it a symmetry thing? But yeah, stage 1 is 0, so what does that mean?
that means when you go to stage 1, something is not going to feed because there's a mistake somewhere.
You got to figure out which lines are wrong.
Oh, they might be going the wrong way.
We've got 6 clusters of engines. Are all those tied to the right cluster of decouplers?
I think so.
Or are you ditching one of them by mistake? Or
I'm ditching 1, 2, and 3.
I'm saying you want it to be symmetrical when it ditches, so.
Yeah, I think it'll be symmetrical. Is there a way to create them into? Oh wait, hold on. There we go. No.
Take it for a test run and see what breaks.
Take it for a test run.
If you can't figure out what the issue is, because it should be showing a
One line to
number
the
there.
center. Yeah. Why doesn't fuel lines go from just out to in? Just one line. We're just doing a test, chat. Just a test.
Ooh, they don't like that.
Launch ignite.
Should I fire the center ones too? Probably.
Yeah, that's probably what the issue is. That center one should be firing.
We got some wobble. Ah!
That was an RUD.
Waveless, free, eternal sea.
We didn't
Small
learn nothing
one.
Does
there.
that snap off the parachute? Or does he not even have a parachute?
No, I haven't gotten that far yet.
Sound orbits round, dreams alive, we're fine. Weightless, free, eternal sea, boundless flight through the night. Stellar sound orbits round, dreams alive,
Got about halfway to orbit. But you got me over here starting a whole new game. I'm gonna see if I can get these before you. More weight equals more thrust, but longer burn time, so it's a big old tank. Search for the Mark III or whatever size that is. Mark III. That was a fuel tank. You're not in aerodynamics, you're in a fuel tanks.
Launch, ignite, curb and falls.
Oh, I'm muted. My bad, chat. How do you plan the route? A couple ways. Interplanetary calendar to let you know when you're available for the transfer. And then a lot of math. Or visual math, at least.
You know, just point at the stars and fire.
We need more fuel, guys. We need more fuel. What are we looking at? TWR 1.6. The total TWR is what again?
Showing at launch 1.72.
1.72 is the launch.
And you're set on Eve, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably closer to 2 on Kerbin. Good chat. This is awesome music.
It's more art than science. That's a good way to look at it.
Mm.
Yo, I'm Shebediah, the rocket messiah. Blasting through the void, set the atmosphere on fire. Started in the VAP with a crazy. Under the blazing sun, orbit in sight, engines burning bright. Mad science takes flight in the dead of night. Rocket to the stars, we're defying all the odds. Kerbin in rear view. In space we applaud. Explosions and
And we got the ore full too, so that helps us plan.
every launch a gamble, every mission hit or miss. Sandbox or career mode, it's all the same. Gravity, well a cracking, who's to blame? Staging disasters, debris raining down. Science and glory fall to the ground. Try to reach Mun, but we overshot. Spinning out of control, this game's all we got. Thrusters misfire, yet we push ahead. Kerbal dreams big, even if we end up dead. Rocket to the stars, we're defying.
I thought the spinning would help. That did not help.
In space we applaud.
That did not help at all.
Explosions and chaos in the cold dark abyss. Every launch a gamble, every mission hit or miss. Rocket to the stars, we're defying all the odds. Kerbin in rear view with space we applaud. Explosions and chaos in the cold dark abyss. Every launch a gamble, every mission.
This game is kind of like if you combined Construction Simulator and GTA Online into one game where you play as a contractor, buying and developing land to resell, earn money, build up your company, and try to afford a
Chaos in the cold dark abyss.
Yeah, it's an explode right at the same time. Yeah, there's a video that popped up when I was looking through Discord. We're gonna need Separatrons, aren't we? Any more support? Yeah, we'll get some struts on here. We're probably going to need Separatrons, although those are such a pain to set up, I think. They're kind of necessary. And we could use some, what do you call them? Reaction wheels. Well, she's flying pretty good, man. I'm just imagining her on Eve. Yeah. That's so. Hey, chat. You know what? We're actually making progress here. I was stuck for the longest time on this build to Eve. Mentally, maybe emotionally, who knows what's going on here. But that, I think we're making some progress. Somehow we need to double this rocket. Almost over double this rocket. You know what I mean? That's how crazy this mission is. This mission's so insane. Oh, yeah. So how do I read the Delta? No, I think the Delta V is only at 3,700. I think the Delta V is only at 3,700. You know what I mean?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Delta V readout you have right now, keep in mind the Delta V like requirements usually people give are in terms of vacuum Delta V. And like, you know, so you kind of have to like adjust it when it comes to atmospheric. Right now you have it reading atmospheric Delta V. And for Eve, the atmosphere like really, really, really kills the Delta V like insanely hard for that first like, you know, 10,000 meters or so. So you can set it to vacuum Delta V and C. Usually they recommend about 6,000 to 8,000 vacuum Delta V for Eve. But I think the orbital speed for Eve is about like 3,600 meters per second. And then you need that extra Delta V to actually get up there, you know, to kind of fly up. So I'd say give yourself like 5,500 real Delta V.
5,500.
That's the goal, yeah, of actual Delta V. That includes atmospheric. So, you know, maybe 2,000 Delta V to fly you up to the sky, and then 3,600 to orbit, if that makes sense. And then another 1,000 or so to get to Gilly. So 5,500 is, I think, what you should aim for.
Okay,
and I think that should be.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let me take a look at this.
And then you can set it to vacuum Delta V, and then that should be between 6,000 and 8,000.
All right, hold on. That one. That one. That one. Nope, it's the wrong one. Hold on, give me 1 second. I don't know why this. That one. 1, 2. Yeah. So what you're telling me is. So I currently, if I'm reading this right, TWR looks okay. Now I'm on Atmosphere of Eve. Turn that on. My Delta V is currently at 3,700. But you're saying what again? What you're saying was what again?
So yeah, the atmosphere low down really kills it. I don't know how the Delta V readout. Are you reading it on your mod or in the game?
I'm reading on my Kerbal Engineer mod. So Atmospheric Eve, all stages, is 3,700.
Because I think it estimates that. Sorry, what?
Sorry, I just sneezed. Excuse me.
You're good. Bless you. I think it estimates that you will be flying out. Like, I think that's why you can see, like, there's two numbers. There's, like, a slash. The left one assumes that you're staying in low atmosphere, and then the right number assumes the previous stages are using you to fly out of the atmosphere.
Okay, so the second number, I can add those up. 15, 20
yeah, so I would,
plus...
Yeah.
557. So I have about 5,800 Delta V on the high side numbers.
Okay.
And I need to hit 8,000 on the right side, right?
No, if you're reading that's atmospheric, you said, right?
Yeah.
Because yeah, it's saying that like low down, the atmosphere is gonna cripple your delta V, and then it assumes that as you get higher and higher, you get more and more delta V. That's why actually, if you notice on the left side, whenever you're like flying the rocket, the delta V number actually will go up, right? Because the game is seeing that you're flying into thinner and thinner atmosphere and is increasing the efficiency of your rocket.
Okay, but the left side is low atmosphere. The right side is upper atmosphere, right?
Yeah, so the left side is assuming you're always going to be in the atmosphere. The right side is assuming your lower stages are going to be in the atmosphere and your upper stages are going to be in thinner atmosphere. Basically,
Gotcha.
the right side is assuming you're actually flying the rocket. The left side just assumes it's always on the ground.
Gotcha. Now, the question I have though is what? It's like from what I read, you need 8,000 delta V to get out of Eve, right?
Yeah, 8,000 vacuum delta V. So
That's vacuum delta V?
Yeah, those maps always assume complete vacuum delta V. And for Eve, it's honestly like there's maps that say 6,000, there's maps that say 8,000. For Eve, it kind of just depends on your rocket. Like you just have to design it differently. And so, in terms of real delta V to get into Eve orbit, probably about 5,000, maybe 4,500 if you can fly good, I think.
So if I put the altitude to 90,000, my delta V becomes 6.8, like almost 9,000 delta V.
Yeah, exactly. The rockets are super efficient in vacuum. Eve is just so thick atmosphere that it like kills the delta V, especially lower down. So that's why it's really important to fly efficiently, but also to like have high thrust. You really want to get out of that thick atmosphere as soon as possible.
So you're saying 8,000 delta V to break through Eve is a VAC reading?
Yes. And
so
actually, yeah. So what is your VAC reading right now? You said almost 9,000.
So if I crank up the altitude to 90K, my delta V is 9,000. So this should be enough, right?
That should be enough. Yeah, that should be enough to get you to orbit. But now you need to add just a little bit more fuel, I think, to get you to Gilly too.
Right. And yeah, we're just trying to get out of. Is that getting out of orbit, and is that creating an orbit?
Yeah. That's enough to fully
create
ground create an orbit.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, and that's okay. Good. Chad, I think I'm getting this. All right. So I just want to talk it out loud. So when I'm looking at my delta V numbers, atmospherically, it's saying I have 2,100 plus 9. So let's say 3,500 delta V. Now 3,500 delta V, I think, is assuming low atmosphere flight, right? Just staying in low atmosphere. But as we rise, if I go to VAC or 90K, let's say, the delta V rises to a max of 6. Wait, hold on. So if the left is atmosphere at, okay, so about halfway, 6.8 at 47. It might be enough. I don't know. We're just gonna have to test it out.
Yeah, I would for sure test it out.
So confusing.
That's what I would. When it comes to Eve, like I'm not even gonna lie, I've always cheat tested my rockets. I've never once actually just tried to build a rocket and fly it there. I think like. Honestly, I don't know anybody who hasn't like either used a pre-known design that's known for working, or has just tested their rockets. So I mean, if you really don't want to cheat, I would like super over-engineer it. So I would maybe try to add another like 2,000 or so delta V to also try to get to Gilly too.
Right. We're just focusing on Eve and getting out of here.
Yeah, I think that's for sure enough to get out of Eve. I think for sure. I think without a doubt. But getting to Gilly 2 needs like another 1,500 vacuum delta V.
Mm-hmm. The problem is, okay, now I can do it this way. Why does it shift to the left when I click on it? Oh, did it center? Maybe it's centered. Launch it already. Oh man, we're not even close to launching this thing. All right. So we're going to need some type of okay, hold on. Let's assume. Oof. Let's get a decoupler in here. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, chat. Let's say, you think we should add some more is what you're saying, huh? So what if we added another tank? Just for good measure. We'll take a look at the numbers here. What are we looking at? TWR on stage 0. Where's that? So something got off. Huh? I don't understand. Where our stage TWR? Our TWR got worse. With just adding a little bit.
Yeah,
more
check your staging. Rocket apart, the parts will move around a little bit, so you just got to make sure your staging is.
Yeah, all the rockets are
good.
in one. All the other ones are. Yeah, it looks good. Just adding that one lowered our TWR. The coupler added created a stage. Okay.
Plus, it
Interesting.
added a little bit of weight.
The coupler? Or the new
Not a lot.
fuel tank?
Not a lot, but every ounce, microgram, gram, pound, whatever. There's a reason it's like $2,000 per pound to bring something to space.
2,000 a pound? You serious?
I've heard some numbers, and it's not cheap. Like that, there's a reason astronauts only get like a couple pounds of personal items to bring up with them, like on top of their clothing and stuff.
1.6.
Okay, maybe that number was a little bit old. Neutral face. I don't, Andrew, whoever that was.
So what should be my TWR at launch? Minimum. Just to get off the ground, and then we'll get lighter, and the TBWR will start to reflect a better. Anybody know? Larger than 1. Even on Eve.
Yeah, 1.5 is ideal. 1.5 to 2.
All right, let's rock with this design.
2.0.
Rock with this design. Okay, so we have the rocket. It's landing on Eve and it's taken off. We have to create a transfer rocket that goes with it, question mark? All right, so do you think, here's what I'm thinking, Chet.
Once you get to orbit, you don't really need all that thrust, so once you're in the vacuum, so you could make a poodle stage for the flight to Gilly and the flight home.
Right, and that needs to go.
Or like a really efficient engine. You had the right idea with the nuke engines, but for whatever reason, it's bugged out.
So basically, we need to get to My brain needs to get some water, chat. I need to hydrate the brain because now I'm having a hard time thinking. I'll be right back. Taking a break. Stretch the legs, get some food. I'm gonna leave the audio on so you guys are still on stream. Just let you know.
Where'd he go? Getting coffee? Don't know. Where'd he go? I don't know. But hold on tight.
If one of the mods can let the chat know we're on break for a couple minutes.
When he's back, the game is back on.
The chair is empty, the
screen's on hold. Chat's buzzing, the questions unfold. Bathroom break or grabbing coffee, the hype is building. Wait and see. Where'd he go? We're here to stay. The stream's on pause, but it's okay. When he's back, the lights will glow. We'll rock the vibe, let the rhythm flow. Could be snacks or fixing the cam. Maybe just stretching, clearing the jam. 5 more minutes, the time will fly. The fun returns, we'll reach the sky. Where'd he go? We're here to stay. The stream's on pause, but it's okay. When he's back, the lights will glow. We'll rock the vibe, let the rhythm flow. Countdown's ticking, we feel the beat. The moment's near, take your seat. The energy's rising, the chat's alive. The break is ending, we're ready to dive. Where'd he go? It's almost time. The vibe is coming back in line. When he's here, the show's on fire. We'll lift it higher, we'll never tire. Where'd he go? It's no big deal. The stream's alive and it's surreal. So grab your seat, the fun's begun. The break is over, the game is back on. This one's for you, the ride or die team. The ones who light up every stream. Every vibe, every cheer, every line. You fuel the grind, you make it shine. When the chat pops off, it's a vibe so real. Every moment you share, it's the energy I feel. Not just coins or clicks, it's the time you spend. You help me build, you help me ascend. From the first hello to every shout, you're the reason we thrive, there's no doubt. Every laugh, every nod, every hype you bring. You're the beat behind the rhythm, the reason I sing. For the crew, the ones who care. You lift the stream, you're always there. Through every vibe, through every view, this show's for you. It's what we do, not just a viewer.
What's up, Steel? What's up, J Sam? All right, chat. Can we get an astronaut off this thing? Can we?
You lift the stream, you're always there. Through every vibe, through every view, this show's for you. It's what we do. The grind gets tough, but you never fade. You're the light that cuts through the shade. Every moment counts, every name's in my mind. We're building something, one of a kind. For the crew, my steadfast friends, this journey's ours, it never ends. The stream keeps flowing, the vibe stays true.
This is by far the hardest mission we've ever done, by far. By far. Not even close. Polymer, thanks for the gifts. I appreciate that.
Where'd he go?
I appreciate DS. You still here, DS? Ladders on couplers to reduce drag. How would you put them on a coupler? J Sam. Thanks for the gift. On a coupler, I can't picture. I mean, I know what you're saying in theory. DS, you here, or is DS gone? Is anybody still in Discord, or we leave?
I'm still here on Discord.
Yeah, we're here.
Cool,
We're letting you do your thing.
Sweet, sweet. Oops, I lost the chat. We have to, so when we get to Eve, we have to have a Kerbal plant a flag. It's part of the contract we're on, so... Here's where it's going to get interesting. Oh, perfect. Let's see if that works. Let's see. We probably should have waited to do the ladder, but you know what? Now let's get some landers going. Send it, Lando. Oh, bro, we're playing. It's like the end boss, man, or the final boss. Is kind of what we're doing. So we're not close to even launching this thing, man. Not even close. Oof. I wish they had bigger legs. I need some bigger legs here. Unless, of course, we could do some robotics. It's not going to do anything. Did we land last night? Yeah, but we have to come back and redesign it because we only landed with the astronaut capsule. Everything else went to smoke. And then the chat said to do a new redesign, so we're kind of on a redesign at the moment. I'm trying to start picking up the pace now that we have our numbers. These attach, yeah, they can attach to this. It's kind of iffy. Definitely iffy. Heat shield on where at? I'm having some issues here, so. Man. What are some other landing solutions we can do? Hey, Gangster, thanks for the gift.
Have you tried just forcing the engines up into using the little shift tool?
Oh, that's okay.
Kind of clip them
the
in.
Move tool.
It's kind of a little bit cheaty in my opinion, but sometimes you have to do that to make.
Yeah, what would be reasonable? Yeah, but even if we did that, it wouldn't. Let me start looking at some other stuff here. I don't know. Like wheels.
Have you tried the structural beams to push it out and down at an angle?
We can land with wheels on there. Use the smallest metal structural piece as a ground. What do you mean?
Go to the structural, yeah, that tab.
Yeah, what am I
You
looking
got those
for?
I-beams and stuff for the struts that you can use. The little square thing bottom right, all the way down, or that guy.
Put this where, like... Where would you put it?
No, you can build out off the side of the...
Oh, off the side. I see what you're saying. Man! Well, you know what? We should look at we should look at the heat shield. Make sure that's covering. Does this have an adapter? Is there an adapter for a mammoth? Oh, I don't think there was. Was there? How would you cover the mammoths up? Or can you not?
Just cover 3 of the total engines with a heat shield would be my go-to. See if 3 of them expand over the rest of the craft.
Gabriel, you can't cover this at all? Gabriel's saying we can't cover the mammoths. Yeah, there's no attach point on the mammoths. Darn it! There is no... Oh, why would we... So how would we attach heat shields?
Maybe try that upside down fairing railing or something. Maybe that. Maybe try that.
Say one more time.
I think
So
I would
I
switch
was-
it out for a Rhino anyways. That they're better in the vacuum than the vectors, because like we're gonna use that stage higher up anyways, and that's when the Rhino is best in like super high atmosphere,
Super
and
high
then it's like
atmosphere.
easy to attach. Yeah.
This one, but then when I put the Rhino on here, everything went to 0. Like TWR went to 0.
Yeah, that's because it was just the Rhino. I think now that you have all the vectors around it, it should still be enough. Like maybe it'll drop it to like 1.4 or like 1.35 or
Or
something.
rockets.
Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's throw a
But
Rhino.
yeah, now that we have like so many vectors, I think it should be fine.
Okay, so a Rhino in the center. We're looking at 0. Everything's 0. Wait, hold on.
You go nowhere.
Yeah, everything just dropped. I think it's relying on that center thrust, man.
Move.
Because look at the numbers. Everything dropped.
Check the
Delta-
bottom of the rocket. Is the Rhino still there?
Are you
Or
still? You're
Diamond?
still in app mode. Change that from app mode to vacuum in the engineer.
All right.
Also, is it staged right? It shows only 2 stages, but you should be showing at least 3, counting the side tanks.
Yeah. I thought- He's got a part in the wrong place.
No, I think it's all good.
So I've got a stupid ad, or I'd be able to see it.
Oh, there you go. All stages. All stages. Could take that off. Atmospheric. TWR is 2 point.
Is it registering the engine that he's got sitting out in the middle?
Put the bigger one.
I don't think it
Is
is.
it counting the
It's,
mammoth? I think it's counting the mammoth because it shows in the stage as like an unattached part.
I threw away the mammoth.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind. Ignore me then.
From my view, looking through the TikTok screen, it looks like doesn't look like you have
You got
a
3 sets of
mammoth
6
in
and
the
1.
front.
Yeah, atmospheric. We're looking at TWR of 1.03, 1.27, delta V of like 2,500.
Yeah,
Match
1.27
that.
isn't horrible.
It'll
It
just
changes
jump the
pretty
ground.
quick. Yeah, it changes pretty quick. Like actually, really quick. Once you get like past 2,000 or 3,000 meters, it starts going up very fast.
Hmm.
You'll actually have to throttle down after 10K. Otherwise, you go too fast and you burn up, like going all the way up.
So, hey, so you guys think we should go Rhino, or should we go? I feel like it's not enough. The Rhinos.
You
Right.
can, yeah. I was gonna say another thing. If you want to go with the mammoth, you just build out like a little structure. Like use the structural pieces to kind of build out of the middle of it, and then attach the heat shield to the bottom of the structural piece, almost
Okay.
like kind of a stick that sticks out the bottom. And then you might just need to strut it up a little bit for support.
Oops. Yeah. I'm gonna say let's. I don't know. I just feel more comfortable at Eve if we went mammoths. We can control it more. You know, I don't know. Tough call. Tough call. All right. So what were we doing? Oh, we're trying to figure out the heat shield, right? So nothing can attach to. So we could put a. Can we put a decoupler? Clampetron, decoupler, separator.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the structural piece. Is if you build like a little stick of structural supports out of the middle of the mammoth,
Uh-huh.
you should be able to attach the heat shield right on the bottom. You just kind of have to center the structural pieces pretty carefully, and then probably strut it up so it's supported.
Yeah, we're gonna need some air brakes, that's for sure. Where's structural? Give me structural. There we go. But nothing. I don't think anything's going to attach to this mammoth, and it's kind of weird. Like nothing. Oh, here we go. That might.
Yeah, the little like metal mesh beams and stuff. Those should attach, like the octagonal struts or whatever they're called.
The beams, the struts. It doesn't seem to wanna. There's got to be a better solution. We're on the first one. Or you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Because we might want to think about extending. Wait, hold on. Let me try a couple things here. Coupler, mass. What if? What would be an even distribution? And then let's go over to heat. Is that good or no? No, that's not good, right? That's a little bit messy.
I think when they separate, they'll explode too, like when you detach them.
Yeah, maybe we should go with the.
If you want higher thrust and less vacuum efficiency, then the what's it called? Do you have the what's the other one of the Rhino? That's the atmospheric one, guys, from the Making History parts.
It looks sus, doesn't it?
The Mastodon. Do you have the Mastodon one?
I don't
think
think
we
so.
do.
I don't think it doesn't recognize that one.
Yeah, you didn't get the Making History DLC, did you?
No.
Dang. Yeah, I would consider the Rhino then. Maybe add like a few more vectors if you want. like to the outer tanks, or something along the lines. But I think it'll just be easier to have a decoupler on the Rhino engine. Usually, I've never seen anybody have like a Mammoth kind of as like a middle stage. Like I've never seen anybody attach anything below a Mammoth.
Yeah, I don't think you can. It doesn't look like it. I'm just trying to figure that out because I'd really like to keep the Mammoths. Just for power. But, you know, if we have to go...
You know what? What if you add like a fourth vector to the first stage that ditches? Does that make sense? So you kind of compensate for the thrust by adding like 2 more vectors on opposite sides, but then you don't have to carry those extra vectors with you high up, so they get ditched pretty early.
So you're saying instead of 3, do what?
Instead of having that triple adapter, do a quadruple adapter, but only for the first 3 tanks that you ditch.
Oh,
So it keeps the
interesting,
thrust. It keeps the
interesting.
thrust balanced, and you're not carrying like super high thrust with you super high up. You get to like ditch the extra weight early.
That's interesting. I'm all about that. Mammoth Engine's Reliant engine is that main sales. Chat, Andrew's saying we should ditch the Mammoths. What do you think, chat? Go with something like a Rhino in the middle. There's the Rhino, there's the main sail. You definitely gotta go Rhino. Skipper. Poodle. I think we might have to go mainsail, but it really affects the whole... I don't know, maybe we'll keep it at 3 just so I'm not confused about what's what. Hopefully, well, let's try it. All right, let's start accelerating this. Okay, we're gonna take forever, so let's slap on some music and let's make this thing happen. Huh?
Down at the VAB where the rockets grow tall, we're dreaming big and having a ball. With wrenches and blueprints, we're setting the scene. It's the jazziest spot this side of the green. Got a tank here, a thruster there. Attach the fins, give it some flair. Balance the weight, don't let it tip. Cause we're building the stars on a Kerbal ship. Snap the struts, keep it tight. Check the staging, make it right. Engines primed, boosters in line. One step closer to the cosmic divine. Swinging in the VAB, we're building a
Let's go
dream.
landing.
Rockets and laughter, a perfect team. To the mud, to the stars, to the worlds unseen. It all starts here where the workshop gleams.
What if it's at an angle? Is that gonna be...
At a docking port, just in case we might need a friend in the vast deep space. Solar panels fold, batteries charged. Give it a name, make it extra large. Parachute set, don't forget the snacks. Kerbals get hungry when they're making tracks. Science pods packed, cameras in tow. We're ready to launch, let the jazz flow. Swinging in the VAB, we're building a dream. Rockets and laughter, a perfect team. To the mud, to the stars, to the worlds unseen. It all starts here where the workshop gleams. Ba-da-da-ba-ba, ship's looking fine. Jazz it up, we're gonna break the skyline. Centrifon riffs, let it all groove. In the VAB, we're making a move.
Let's say 12/27/24. Yeah, that works.
Rockets and rhythm, the perfect
It needs to be,
theme. To the moon, to the stars, to the cosmic scene. The journey begins where the jazz machine gleams. Now the ship's on the pad, the countdown begins. The thrill of the launch is where it all spins. But we'll always remember as high as we go. It started in the
Oh, he can't go down. He needs a. Needs a ladder right there. Alright, fine. Screen went black, Houston. Yeah, it takes so long to load it up. Needs more rockets, Baja. I know, right?
Launch, ignite, curb and falls, void ahead, the cosmos calls. Beyond we rise, stars collide in the skies.
Uh-oh.
Pulse, we fly, dancing lights we unify. Weightless, free, eternal sea, boundless flight through the night. Stellar sound orbits round, dreams alive, we find.
Side boosters up the ladder so you can reach. Okay, what's that? What if you can reach that? Side boosters, ladders up the side boosters. Why all of a sudden? I guess it was built differently. Huh? Let's check this thing out. Move.
Weightless, free, eternal
Hopefully that's
boundless flight
good enough for him.
stellar sound orbits round, dreams alive, we
Huzzah! Thanks for the cheers. Appreciate that. There we go. Let's see if we can do this one. Uh-oh. Can he not, oh. This is interesting. Okay, he was able to do that, okay. Oh boy. Why is it? Oh no. What the heck?
curb and fall.
Grab. Maybe we'll remove that one. Remove this one. He'll just walk it. Grab it. Ooh, I don't think he's getting back on, guys. It's just short enough, huh? No way. Man. Land on Eve. Yeah, we landed. Quote unquote, we landed. But we crash landed. All right, chat. I think I need a break from building this. Let's save the game and let's go back to landing on Eve yesterday. We're gonna crash and burn, but I need a break from building. Just need a little break. Let's save the game, and then we're gonna revert to yesterday when we came crashing into Eve, just to kind of change the pace a little bit. We've been building for hours, and we probably still have a long ways to go. Oh, Gabe, yeah, we didn't buy anything. I didn't buy anything. We were leasing stuff. You gotta. That's what I was saying. Cancel them leases. Okay, save game. 12, 27, 24. We're taking a break here. Let's load save.
So how far in the hole are y'all now?
I don't know. I thought Gabe was saying he canceled the leases. Eve arrive. Landing. What do we call it? Endurance landing? Oh, endurance landing. Here we go. You thought you got them all? Oh, no. Go cancel them. I need to get on there. Catch up. So we capture orbit better so we can orbit. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll kind of do a playthrough, back it up. I don't know. We really don't have much fuel, to be honest. All right, chat. This is from yesterday. This is where we will explode. There's no doubt about it. We are going to explode hardcore. We got 20. Oh, that's good. 25K. That's better than being in the hole. Yeah, I forgot retrograde. When we hit, we're at 69,000 right now. Once we hit 47,000, it's over. I was even trying to slow down with this isn't slowing us down at all. Think a fairing would do it? Our altitude is, we're like at a, oh, never mind. Go retrograde. I'm trying to slow us down a little bit. Air brake at the top. Do you think that'll help? I wonder if we take off the air brakes around 47,000. The reason is it seems like the atmosphere gets really thick there, and the air brakes just go. I wonder if we can get into like a tight spiral or something like that. Yeah, the drogue chutes are not ready to fire. It's too spicy for drogue chutes. But we just have the one tank, you know what I mean? We just kept air braking until it was very tight and we were a bit slow. Yeah, we pretty much, I think it's what we did last night. I think to, Lord's Point, maybe getting a better transfer. Oh, here's where it gets a little nasty. Winglets on the booster. Yeah, we're here's where it's going to get toasty. But we're at 59,000. Once we hit like 50,000, 48,000. Can the engineer remove the nukes? I don't know. We're still going 3,000 meters a second. We're just so fast right now. We're just so fast. Yeah, we're about to explode. Here it comes, chat. It's just too hot. Let me go a tight spiral, see if that'll do anything. Real tight spiral. It's gonna explode any minute. Here it comes. And here's where things go nasty, right about here. Right about here. We're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it. Go bam. Oh, it's terrible. Oh no! Oh, nobody survived that one. Man, nobody survived that one. Oh my goodness. You know what? We got down to about 20. Wait, hold on. We got about under 2,500 meters a second, which is still fast. Maybe 2,100 meters a second. And my point in saying that is, that we're actually kind of close. We're not, I don't know. It's hard to explain. We're close and we're not close at the same time. Still to climb up, huh?
Beneath the sky of emerald hue, a world of
We're just taking a break from building. We're building a new rocket, but we just needed a brain break. We were doing a lot of math and field tests and
endless space. The winds they sing, the oceans sway. Her voice calls softly, night and day. Through valleys deep and peaks that gleam, she holds the heart of every dream. Leave the jewel of the stars, guiding hearts from near and far. Her touch serene, her soul divine. In her embrace, all worlds align. Meet her orbit, small and shy. Gilly dances in her sky.
the whole fairing. Yeah, I think that might do it. That's what Andrew was talking about. Yo, DS is back. What's up, DS? Can we try to burn slow? What do you mean burn slow? You mean like ditch the heat shield and try to use the engines? Tip the heat shield down to the planet. Yeah, I'm not actually gaining altitude. I'm actually gaining altitude right now. Yeah, I'll try another version. Let me try this way right now. And then we might swap it.
Secrets in the quiet you keep from lush green shores.
We're still oh no, we're not gaining anymore.
You're the muse of cosmic symphonies.
Yeah, Jebediah, go, baby, go. Let's go, Jeb. Woo! Yes. Oh, we're spinning out of control, actually. We're spinning out of control. Chat, we're spinning out of control. Oh my goodness. I can't pull out of this spin. We're in a nasty spin. We're in a death spiral right now. Oh my! I didn't know we were gonna go into a death spiral. Yeah, we're not pulling out of it. We're not pulling out of it. We are not pulling out of it. Oh, whoa. Whoa. We're not pulling out of it. Oh, man. Hey, guys, while this is going crazy, I wanted to just say a big thanks, man, for all the watch and the followings and all that. I appreciate every gift, every like, and all that. I do want to highlight my top gift givers for the week just because they've given a lot. It's DS and Andrew Cooper and Huzzah and Texas and Easy Capo and Strix, man. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support, man. Sometimes I don't see the gifts come in, but some of you have sent some big gifts. I'll check after the live stream. We're like, holy smokes. So I just want to say I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, this is terrible. We got into a death spiral we couldn't get out of. We are in a mess here, that's for sure. Yeah, the engines are behind the heat shield. I mean, at this point, might as well just jettison the heat shield. That's not landing. Look at all the temperature gauges. Everything is exploding right now. There's no way we're landing it. Yeah, all the engine. I used up the engine fuel. Woo! Oh man. Shoots aren't doing it, man. This is the worst one yet. This is the worst one. Holy smokes. It's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. This is the worst one I've ever seen in my life. They're gonna survive. They're gonna survive. Yes. That was awesome. That was awesome, man. Mine with a shovel. What do you want to try, Andrew?
Jebediah rolling, cockpit, got that glow. Kerbal space dreams lifting off, yo. Fuel tank stacking, boosters on a low. Launch pad shaking,
I'm gonna try something.
Yeah, I was thinking the fuel transfer, if we, because even in like each of the long side boosters, there's like a bottom tank and an upper tank. So if you can like transfer the fuel from like all the upper stages into the bottom tank, and then even in the side boosters, transfer it from the upper tank of the side booster to the bottom tank of the side booster, and
So
like really try to get all that weight down. Like maybe, just maybe, it'll stop the tip for the last like 5,000 meters.
So
We're
the
so-
all, you know, unfortunately I brought liquid fuel on that center one.
So you can transfer that to the outside tanks. It just
Oh, really?
yeah, it just won't. Designed for fuel, not the tank is designed for oxidizer, but you can still transfer the liquid fuel to the side tanks.
Oops. Yeah, I might try that. I'm trying something else right now. Oh man. Well, let me try that again. Is the ship supposed to be doing that? No, it is not supposed to be doing that. See, the problem, and we could do that like we were talking about. The problem is the vector engines are funky, and I don't know which ones are which. So even now I'm spinning because we'd have to look carefully at which tank is what. Which the reason I kind of like the crossfeed, because it's going to keep the burn even. I wonder if I can turn, oh, we don't have crossfeed, do we? We might have crossfeed. I hate how the game doesn't let me pick what I want to pick. Like I'm picking the part and it won't pick it. I guess you gotta know where to click it, huh? Because it's, yeah, because I don't mind doing it. It's just more than, it's more than transferring it. It's like you have to pick the right tank and fill it. Although I just enabled crossfeed, so maybe that should help me, right? With EU distribution of fuel. I'm just trying to slow it down. We're about to explode. No. Yeah, I like. Okay, the crossfeed's going to help in this situation, which I like. I'm glad we learned that technology today. Why are we wobbling? We have many reasons why we're wobbling. Our fuel is pretty much empty at this point. I have a little puff of fuel. Little puff of fuel. There it goes. Our speed is down to 2,200, by the way. Stupid, why not slow with burn or gravity before reaching atmosphere? Because we ran out of fuel. We have a very, that's like, we're out of fuel right now. We have nothing left. But we're also down to 22. We lost the heat shield to burn. We are increasing speed again. Central tank, no, we're completely out. We're completely out. And we're gaining speed. We're not even slowing speed. We have a miner attached to this with the refinery. So if we could land with everything intact, we could refuel, but it's looking unlikely we're going to be able to land. Because everything's about to explode in 2 seconds. Oh, it's about to go. Oh, it's terrible. How slow do you think we have to be going to not burn up? We're at 2,200 meters a second. It's over, chat. It's over. Oh. It's going. Man. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, no. Oh. Ah. We're down to 900 meters a second. You know what? What? We're actually gonna... How's this gonna work here? Get into retrograde. Wait a second, chat. We have no landing gear though. That's our landing gears got burnt off. We're losing. We lost all our rockets. What? Something's happened. Oh man. No more fuel, huh? No more RCS. We have 0 fuel. We're just dropping. Andrew, you seeing this? Sakin, you seeing this? Oh my goodness. Yes. Woo! Yes. Oh my goodness. I don't know, chat. We might go back to the big build. The mining drill intact. Yeah, it is. We still got a drill. 1 drill. We got 2 drills. We have no landing gear though. I don't know how we're gonna stand up straight. We lost our landing gear. Deploy drills? That's not a bad idea. Are the explosions about to happen? No. We're doing anything at this point to figure this out. Can you imagine if the drills stabilized us on landing? That's a ridiculous amount of drills are gonna break on landing. Yeah, I was hoping we might try to keep the boosters because we need them to leave. But maybe the engineer can the engineer move a vector engine over? Not on Eve. Should I drop them? But they're using. We still got 2 engines left. Oh no, we're landing in the water too. Out of all the darn luck. We're landing in the water, man. .5 meters a second. Chat, yeah, oh yeah, this is landable. If we had 6.5 meters a second, this is fantastic. If we had like landing gear and other stuff. Chat, we oh my goodness, we're on Eve. I love, this is a beautiful planet. It is a beautiful planet. It's like misty, has like a purple hue. purple hue to it. If you guys aren't familiar with this game, this is kind of like the final boss. This is like a boss maneuver right here. End game, where you land on this planet and try to leave. I mean, this is like almost twice the gravity of Earth. So the atmosphere is thick. The atmosphere is thick. You guys think I should put the drills up? Yeah, I guess if we're going over land or water. I guess it doesn't matter, huh? Let's time warp it. We're about 4,000. We're about 4,000 off the ground. Let's go ahead and time warp. Let's time warp it down. Chat, if you're just popping in, we're trying to do this mission to Eve where we plant a flag, we mine 900 units of ore, and we take it to a moon that's nearby. But it looks like it's a mission failure because this rocket is not intact. And we're not even landing, we're out of fuel, we're not even landing on land where we could have mined something. Refuel at the moon. Oh, that's an interesting concept. That's an interesting concept, Andrew. What's the gravity situation on Gilly? Yo, Thomas, thanks for the gift. Undershade with the follow. What's up? Practically non-existent. Gilly grav? Oh, chat. We could refuel at Gilly. And then, oh, interesting, Andrew. That's what I'm talking about, people. That's what I'm talking about. Now we got ideas. All right, well, I want to touch down on Eve just to say we did. Time warping, time warping. We're 1,000. Time warping, time warping. It's taking so long. We're even time warping. 4 times the speed. 4 times. Probably slowed down at 100. Andrew, that's a fantastic idea. Oh, Sagan, did you leave the chat? Eve water is acid? Is that true? Are you for real? Eve is a really cool planet. I love Eve. Has little interstellar vibes to it, in my mind. Yeah, this is the first one. So chat, the mission we have is to plant a flag, and to mine 900 units of ore from Eve. But it doesn't look like we're gonna. So mission successful on the landing, but not the other contracts of mining the ore and planting the flag. We lost a lot of engines today. A lot of engines. Let me try one more time on the landing, but I think we might revert. Andrew has a great idea. So the problem is we came to Eve with very little fuel. Like we're out of it. Like when we begun our landing approach, we're pretty much done. But if we revert back to where we could go fuel on the moon of Eve, then we could fill up and then come to Eve. That's a great idea. That's not a bad idea at all.
Violet skies, they pull me in a world so lush where dreams begin. You calm me down, you hold me tight, believing you will be my fight. Eve, your skies a purple blaze, your beauty traps me in the haze. Your oceans sing, your mountains cry, but your thick embrace won't let me fly. Engines roar, the heat ignites through
Try that again.
heavy air. I fight the night. You call me close, you won't let go, but space awaits. I've gotta flow. If you hold me, won't set me free.
A violent grip, eternally.
Through the fire, I'll break away. From your skies, I'll greet
The day.
The climb is hard, the burn is real. Your jealous I'll always feel. Gravity's clutch, a lover's bind. Your beauty.
I'm trying to bleed speed. That's why I'm going radial.
Violet skies, your sirens call. I'll miss your
That's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to get the speed down.
The stars above, they draw me near. They're distant like my path is clear. If you hold me,
What's up, JR? Extending the air brakes a few more degrees. Can I do that? Ooh, deploying. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I think we burn up at like 50K. Also, I'm trying not to do a death wobble.
your love is heavy. Eyes remind me. I'll leave your shores, but my heart will stay forever haunted by your sweat. The day.
I wish there was Symmetraz. I can just do it all in one click, huh? Oh, no, they all did. Oh, did they? Oh, no, they didn't.
Violet skies, they pull me in a world so lush where dreams begin. You calm me down, you hold me tight, believe you will be my fight.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do the crossfeed thing. Oh, that stinks. The crossfeed is going to help us burn evenly. Right now the fuel's distributed all funky. Let's see if I can do that while flying. Which I don't think I can. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Enable. I think we got it. Okay, I think we got it all. I think we got it all. Save it here. I really want to ditch the shield so we could hit the engines. Let's see if we can get this thing detached. Well, we need to fire the engines. That's why we want to ditch the shield, because we did a bunch of entries with the shield on and just burnt up. We gotta ditch it at some. We gotta ditch it before like 50,000. We're at 60,000 right now. Because at 50,000, we just go into a fireball. Turn off the music so I can think for a second. We have to ditch it before. Ditch it at 52. Do I need to go to radial to ditch it, or should I ditch it in retro? No, I can't. I can't deflate it. Sometimes I can, but I think once it gets like, I don't know, damage, or I don't know what the word is. I need to go radial to ditch it. Shoot, this is so hot. Everything's scorching. I'd hate to go radial because I think we gotta decouple it. Oh yeah, oh jeez, we're so hot. What do we lose? We lose an engine? We're about to lose a bunch of engines. I wonder if I should go radial in. Oh man. Let me go to a tight spin. Oh man. It's worse than before. What do we got? We got anything left over? Oh, we look at this. This is better than last time. Hey guys, we're actually improving. Let's make an assessment. What do we still have? We lost a couple of engines. We got the landing gears. What? Hold on, we lost air brakes. Fair enough. We've got all our tanks. And all our tanks have engines. What? Wow. Oh my goodness. Are we landing on water? Because that would be really sad if we were landing on water. I don't think we're landing on water. I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, I think we're going to hit land. When should I deploy the chute? Should I do it now? I'm going to deploy the drogues. No way. Come on. No way. No way!
Violet skies, they pull me in a world so lush where dreams begin. You calm me down, you hold me tight, believing you will be my fight. Eve, your sky's a purple blaze.
Hold on, chat. I gotta save it just in case. This is crazy.
In the haze, your ocean
Endurance might make it.
won't let me fly.
No way.
Engines roar, the heat ignites through heavy air.
I think we got our landing gear. Yeah, we got our landing gear too.
Space awaits, I've got a floor. A violet grip, eternal.
Wow.
Through the fire,
Oh my goodness.
the day.
What just happened? What just happened?
The climb is hard, the burn is real. Your jealous hands I'll always feel. Gravity's clutch, a lover's bind. Your beauty's etched into my mind. Violet skies, your sirens call. I'll miss your touch, I'll miss it all. But the stars above, they draw me near. They're distant like my path is clear.
Is Saken here? Saken, you seeing this? Huzzah! We got Andrew here. Is Dave here? Where's the crew? Where's the senior engineers at?
Violet grip,
Saken's missing it. What's up, Betrayal? Thanks for the gift.
from your skies I'll greet.
8.5 meters a second.
Love is heavy, your air so warm.
Dysfunction. Thanks for the GGs.
But I will rise, I'll take it
Oh my goodness.
through burning clouds. I'll pierce the night.
What's all that on the ground?
In distant light.
All the landing gear seems to be in good order. Oh, we're coming down. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Love is heavy.
Oh, we're on a mountain range. This... I'm gonna turn off the music, man. Sagan, did you see this? Where you been? Did you see this? We were just calling for you. Chat, the only problem I'm seeing is we have no fuel. We can't move this thing. We're on a mountain range. Dude, this planet is so cool looking, though. This planet's amazing looking. I love it. Eve has been my favorite planet so far. Oh yeah, we're looking. This is, unless we luck out on this mountain range, I don't think we're gonna land. I don't think we're gonna land it. Chad, I don't know, man. I think we might have to stick with the big design, one way or the other. Andrew has a great idea to refuel on Gilly. Like, maybe we don't even have to go all the way back to Minmus. We can just see what our Gilly options are. Yo, big rig with a rose. Yeah, chat. The good news is we're making it with a mostly intact rocket. We lost some air brakes. We lost a couple of engines. Speed's 8.1 meters a second. Bro, what's with the glowy stuff down there? This is so cool, man. I love this planet. Lost 8. What's up, Mike? If we could land on this mission could be salvageable if we land. I think we're landing on a hill, though. Hey, K. Martin, what's up, man? All right, we have it saved, right? I saved it. Let's save it one more time. Yeah, let's time warp it just a little bit, not too much. I want to enjoy the view, but let's get it to at least under 1,000. Chat, let's time warp this. Oh, what are those things? Super careful time warping on Eve. Yeah, let's only go to like 1,000 and just let it drift the rest of the way. Alright, let's not time warp it too much.
Beneath the sky of emerald hue, a world of wonder comes into view. Eve, a planet, a timeless grace. Beauty whispers through endless space. The winds they sing, the oceans sway. Her voice calls softly, night and day. Through valleys deep and peaks that gleam, she holds the heart of every
Nah, Jamon, I'm out of fuel. We ran out of fuel big time. We barely made it. Like, this is a miracle that we're actually here. We tried this landing 4 or 5 times last night and burnt up in the atmosphere every time. The astronaut capsule survived, but the whole rocket was destroyed. And today we somehow managed to eke I don't know how we did it, to be honest. But we have no fuel left. We have nothing left. Now we have a miner on board and a refinery, so if we can land flat, we could mine some fuel, you know what I mean? We have to, if we can land safely without tipping over, we can mine and refine some fuel.
Eve, your mysteries vast and deep, secrets in the quiet you keep, from lush green shores to violet seas. You're the muse of cosmic symphonies.
Chat, everybody cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. 300 meters. 300 meters. Cross your fingers.
Secrets in the quiet you keep, from lush green shores to violet
What the freaking huge bubble is that?
the muse of cosmic symphonies.
Chat, everybody hold your fingers. Cross your fingers. Prayers for Jeb. Hashtagging all around the world.
Your mysteries vast and deep, secrets in
There's nothing we can do. We have no fuel. We have nothing to control.
lush green shores to violet seas. You're the
Here we go, chat.
muse of
Come on, baby.
cosmic
One time. Come on. One time. Please. Please. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hold it. Hold it. Wait for it. Wait for it. No, no, what's that? What was that?
unfold in your presence, the universe.
Oh my goodness, call it a landing! Call whoa! Well, not yet, not yet, not yet. I don't know what's happening. Don't call it a landing yet.
Eternity.
Don't call it a landing. Wait, just wait for it. Call it a landing, chat! Unbelievable! Unbelievable! You gotta be kidding me. There's no way. That's unbelievable. Let's go! Our we did it! Oh my goodness! That's amazing. Let me turn off the music for a second. Oh man, hold on, let's put the drills down. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, we might as well start drilling. We gotta make some, we gotta start making some fuel. Come on, hopefully this doesn't tip over. Well, let's save it, shoot. Save the game. Save the game. Endurance has landed on Eve against all impossible odds. Hey, thanks for the gift, man. I can't read your name, but thank you for the gift. And Thomas, thank you for the gift as well. RCS and SAS off. Are you sure? Isn't that going to help me? Is that going to make me tip if I turn them off? Oh, that might have saved the engines, to be honest, because the engines were doing some weird stuff. That might have saved it if I would have turned those off earlier. Hard to say, hard to say. I think we lost some engines. Oh my goodness. Oh no, this is... Oh no, oh no. Oh no. Alright, so there were some design flaws. Maybe I should have done them at the same time. I think I had them... Yeah, the landing gear on the other side. Yeah, we're tipping, but we're drilling. How many engines we got left? Not many. I wonder if we could re-land it and then turn off SAS, RCS? I don't know, I think we could probably redo it. All right, we'll think about that. TWR on the right side. How do I check that? the right side TWR. Repair the rocket cones? I don't think so. I have an engineer on board and we have a repair kit. Click on the stage you're on. It's the stage is all jacked up because of the parachutes. TWR is 0. Because I have no fuel. Well, chat. So we have some things to think about, huh? For the next stream, we're gonna have to wrap up the stream. You know what? We can plant the flag. Let's see if we can do that. Everybody, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Beneath the sky of emerald hue, a world of wonder comes into view. Eve, a planet, a timeless grace. Her beauty whispers through endless space. The winds they sing, the oceans sway. Her voice calls softly. She holds the heart of every.
You're missing a nuke engine. That's a good question. It does look like we lost nuke engines. Wow. Yeah, this is looking a little grim. It's looking grimmer the longer we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, the first human to set foot on the planet of Eve is about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Jebediah Kerman. The grappler, I don't remember. Uh-oh. How did we miss that? Oh, we had some ladders here that got scorched. We had some little grip ladders. They got scorched, huh? Oh, the gravity. Ouch. Wow, the gravity's so crazy here. Jeb, you okay, buddy? Jeb, talk to me, man. Jeb. Jeb! Oh, he's good. He's good. Oh, he's good. Wow, this is awesome, chat. I can't believe we made it. We made it this far. To be honest, it's very questionable if we can finish the mission. The mission is to mine 900 units of ore from the planet of Eve, and Eve is like the final boss in this game. There's no really end game to this game. In Kerbal Space Program, there's no real end game. But landing on Eve is considered one of the hardest things to do. It's like landing and taking off is one of the hardest things to do because of the gravity. Clearly you saw Jeb. He let go of the ladder for a second. Look, he can barely like jump. So we have to mine 900 units of ore. We have to take it to a nearby moon. And that's the contract we're on, but this is looking a little grim. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish this contract, to be honest, because let's take a look. I don't know. We got a lot of engines. don't know, chat. Yeah, how's he gonna get back up? Oh shoot. That's a fair question, huh? Well, we're gonna have to figure that out on the next stream. But so we have the contract that says to mine 900 units of ore, take it to a nearby moon. This is one of the hardest planets to land on and take off, clearly. And then the other contract, which we're about to do right now, is to plant a flag on Eve. That's what I'm talking about. Unbelievable. I can't believe we're here. So cool, man. Operation Endurance. Yo, listen, I can't get everybody's name in to this flag, but put your name in the chat. We got DS, we got Andrew, we got Sakin, we got Huzzah, we got Winter, we got, oh, I can't read, oh, it's so fast. Thunder, oh, I can't, oh, it's too quick. Sorry, guys, we're not getting everybody in here. I'm going to try Beaver, holy smokes, Ryan, Tim, Mike, Panda, sorry if I'm missing you. There's so many. Savage, ACP, Lazarus, oops, Lazarus, Daniel, I can't type fast enough. Oh, the chat's going wild. Holy, Caleb. Oh my goodness. Steve, did I get Steve already? I can't tell. Cole, did I get Cole? Frank. Blackout. David, of course. Any of my senior engineers that I missed? Any of my senior engineers? Betrayal. Oh man, Dysfunction. I might just abbreviate DYS for Dysfunction. Scuba. Almond. AWA. Come on, give me some Geo. You guys might have to repeat it. Jam will keep going until. What's up, Paul? Sweezy. How about on Twitch? Austin on Twitch. Red. Sniffliz on Twitch. Red. Snifflin Austin. Skibbity. Oh man. I only got a few more spots left. Sorry, chat. I wish I could get everybody's name in here. Skib for short. DK. Josh. Michelle is a senior engineer. Let's see here. I think I got Pat, right? I don't know. Maybe not. Yes, I did. Agent Brown. We'll go AB. Ed. What's good? Did I spell Paul wrong? Oh, Paul. I probably spelled your name wrong, by the way. It's the way it is. I only got a few left. Sorry, guys. Can't get everybody. John. Rubes. I got Scuba in there already. MP5. Oh, that's it. I can't do any more, guys. So sorry, everybody. But thank you for everyone who helped out on this mission. We made it. We made it to Eve. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me save it. We're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do, chat, on the next stream. Operation Endurance flag planted. We're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do. We can see if this well, step one, the next time we stream, step one is to see if this mission is salvageable or not. It's very questionable. I'm going to say 50-50. We're mining now. We're creating fuel through the refinery. Can Jeb get back on board with that gap missing in the middle? Maybe an engineer can come out and move one of the ladders down. So we're going to try to salvage this mission. But we might have to revert back to an earlier save if not. So we planted the flag. That's one of the contracts. And then the other contract is to mine 900 units of ore, which we're doing right now. And we're also creating that ore into fuel to fill this rocket to get the heck out of here. But it's a beautiful planet. Absolutely beautiful planet. So if we can't salvage this mission, Andrew, one of our senior engineers, has a great idea. Because we came to Eve with very little fuel. We pretty much just crash landed into this place. Like we had nothing to work with to land properly. So we might revert back and try to go to the moon that surrounds Eve. I'll show you where we're at in the universe. So here's where we're at. We're on Eve right now. And then if you zoom out a little bit, you'll see Gilly over here. And Gilly, this is a moon that we could probably go with very little gravity and land, refuel properly, and then we can go to Eve. And Eve is like the final boss in this game to land in here and take off because the gravity is almost like 2 times Earth. It's like 1.7. You know what I mean? So when we stream next time, chat, we are going to try to salvage this mission. Let's see if we can, I don't know, do a miracle. If not, we're going to go land on Gilly, refuel, and then do a proper landing on Eve. And I don't know, maybe a rescue mission if all else fails. All right, everybody. I didn't think we'd get this far, but we did. We took a break from working on another rocket. It was just taking a while, and we came to try, and it worked out. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Hey, good night, everybody. Good night, Pritches. I appreciate it. JR, Con, Aragon, Pritchie, Desmond. We got Andrew, Gats, Ray, Miss Huzzah, of course. Miss Huzzah, thanks you for modding. Let me see some W's in the chat for Miss Huzzah. Modding it up tonight. I appreciate it. Any other mods? Let me know if you're here. Twitch, thanks for hanging out. K Martin, appreciate it. Juana, what's up? If he goes to one of the bubbles, I don't know what he would do there. Aragon, your boy, Josh, Beaver, Dysfunction, Huzzah with the doves. We'll catch you later. Sakin, Jordan J, Hawk, the Wake. See you guys later, man. Don't usually stream on Saturdays. Kind of just hang out with the fam, take a break. Probably Sunday. Sunday we'll be streaming. Catch you guys later. My Kerbal playlist is coming soon, probably next week. All these cool tracks from Kerbin Space Program next week. All right, chat. We'll catch you soon. Thanks for watching, everybody. What's up with that big, massive bubble? Happy holidays, everybody.
Mysteries vast and deep, secrets in the quiet you keep. from lush green shores to violet seas. You're the muse of cosmic symphonies. Final.